All right. Do this. That should be good. Okay, I think I've actually put everything where I need it to be. Is there anything I don't think there's anything I haven't done just yet in terms of, like, the startup stuff. Let's see, I have it on Blue Sky. I have it on Discord. Furfinity. I should probably post there, since this is actually relevant to that. How do I use this site again? There we go. I think that's all I need. Yeah, that looks like that's everything. Now just let people start rolling in. Oh fuck, I need to set up the thing. There we go. Now I have chat. The hard part is I have to monitor my OBS and my YouTube chat in a pop-out window on one monitor. But also, I can't look at everything else that's on my YouTube while I have the pop-out chat. Or OBS. The UI is not exactly very good on YouTube, I will be honest. It could be better. Only reason I used it is because I like having my I like having my everything streamlined. Okay, well, I guess I will go ahead and kinda get things not yet. No, not yet. I'm gonna tell people. Also, I just want to make sure this is public, right? Yes, this is public. That's good. I've had problems in the past where I sat there for like 7 minutes. Just like, the stream is not public. Why am I not getting anyone in chat? Yeah, that's why. Okay, well. So I guess, considering we are now... I'm gonna set it up as I'm getting. I know people will want to see stuff, so let's actually go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and move things over here. All right. So, for anyone who doesn't know, I do artwork commissions on the side, and I've been procrastinating doing a lot of them right now, so that's what I'm doing now. I am now doing these commissions on stream so that I can hopefully get them done, get them out of the way. Art time, yeah. And starting off is a little ref sheet for Arl. Arl has been a long time. They're cool. You might have seen them in the little Ender Dragon video, or the Minecraft End video. That was them. They've obviously been around since like Pizza Tower, the Pizza Tower video back in 2023. God damn, that was 3 years ago. And yeah, they wanted to get a little ref sheet for their characters, so that's what we're doing. Now, obviously, I have to point out the fact that I am only doing safe for work stuff on this stream because I'm on YouTube. I like keeping all my stuff in one place, so, or as one place as I can get it. So, I was like, I figured, I don't know why I'm being so picky about that placement. I don't need it to be. What was I trying to say? Basically, I don't want to have just like a separate account for like live streaming my art stuff whenever I'm like, I've already got an audience on here. I just can't work on certain things while I'm on here, you know? Which is totally okay. Oh, right. Forgot. Need the mirror modifier. Because we decided that we wanted 3 angles for this ref sheet. We wanted one where it was... Ooh, not the whole thing. We wanted one where it was front facing, one where it was back facing, which obviously I've done both of those already. And then we wanted another one that was front facing to show off the fur. So, no clothing. I promise this is safe for work. YouTube isn't based enough to allow NSFW. No, but we can make allusions to such things. Possible years work. Let us study. How do these work? I see. I see. In fact, I do indeed see. Trying to make it like square. That's not working. They need to be round ish. Like, yeah, like that. Kinda. It needs to be a little flatter. I have a video from forever ago where I was designing Libra, one of my characters, and there was a moment where I was like, my favorite part of doing the or the character design process, looking at animals, as I was literally just looking at like bunnies on the internet. Like that. I think it needs to go down a bit more, so it needs to be like, yeah, like that. No, that's a little too mousy. Actually, hold on. Oh, right, I forgot. The fill tool does not mirror for some reason. I don't know why, but it does not. Frick. So like that. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. How did I do this previously? Kind of similar. Okay. Also, yeah, that's old artwork that I did like a couple years ago, I want to say. Okay. How do we want this? That's a nice little muzzle. That's a nice little muzzle spot. Let's make this like a pointy-ish kind of thing. Got that meme maker teardrop head, you know? Too pointy. Our style can change completely? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I wish I could show more on here. But, like, you can see the progression from whenever I, like, first really started doing art commissions and whatnot. Hell, actually, hold on. I might be able to pull some stuff up from old drawings. Let's see. Unfortunately, a lot of it I can't really show. I believe it's under characters. Let's go with... Oh wait, personal characters. I really need to work on my sorting of everything. Oh my god. Well, I have the original Libra design from back in 2021. Look at this spiky boy. Goddamn. I was like, I got that one. I have the, let's see. I have the 2.0 design that I did, which was very, very different. But like, you can already kind of start to see the through line progression. It went from very spiky and angular to more softer and whatnot. And I think that was actually like, I think that was 2022 whenever I made that. Barely. It was December of 2021 whenever I made that one. So that was August and December of 2021 whenever I made those. And if I was to go to... Actually, let's go to Fluffals. Because Fluffals, that is not my art. None of that is my art. Okay, never mind. Let's instead go to my drawing folder. And there they are. The original Fluffals. The OG. The killer fish. I was quite proud of that, but you can still start to see like how it improved from even back then. You can see I'm starting to get more of a hand on like various parts of anatomy and whatnot. I mean, it's still very amateurish, but you can still tell I'm doing my best to improve as best as I can. Let's see. Well, obviously everybody knows this picture. This is probably, you know, one of my better pictures that I made. Everybody knows that one. I still really want to remake that one at some point. Then I think... Let's see. Yeah, probably like a solid... Well, back in 2024, which was whenever I did the previous oral picture, was this redesign, the pool toy Fluffals. This was a very nice design, and you can see I'm really starting to get... I am starting to get, like, really... I'm getting it down. That's the best way I have to describe it. I'm starting to get things down. Then I ended up opening for commissions, and a lot of this I can't really show, but you can see that I definitely started... Oh, wait, hang on. Where's the one I did for my sister? Here. I drew this for my sister. This was whenever I had actually started doing commissions, and I had started taking, like, improving my artwork very seriously. So you can see I'm very much like doing stuff with not just circles, but like actual like curves and whatnot. And just in general, I'm trying to use my knowledge of shapes and whatnot to my advantage. That was like back in like February or March of last year, I want to say. And one of the big things that I did at one point was I ended up changing the way that I did lining. So instead of doing like an initial pass of just sketching and then sketching it over again, one thing that I did was I essentially sized up the canvas. And this is one such picture that I did. Like, I really like the way that this one turned out. It was whenever I started really focusing on like a lot of the post-processing effects for a lot of my artwork stuff. So there's that. And most recently, in terms of improvements, is I will show this one off. You can see I've actually started using a lot more like soft shading and whatnot, and that's because I'm starting to use other brushes. And I can't show it off here, but there's also like I've learned how to do stuff with like making clothing look a little bit more like stained, make it look a little bit more fabric-y, stuff like that. I've just been messing around with texturing a lot more, and it looks great. I love it. But like, yeah, the progression, if I was to lay out the whole progression, it's a lot. So, shading is awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not saying that in a sarcastic way. I mean it. I just, you know. Possums have, you know, the face. So it's like, I don't want to necessarily have like, I want it to almost, the face to blend into the rest of the head almost. So that's why I'm kind of making it like thinner, like making the ridge smaller where that would be. And of course the nose has to be nice and big square. I'll just do that. That looks nice. Okay, how did I do their eyes? Like a where? Okay, easy. Square, yeah. Okay, that's a little too sharp. I also really I've wanted to do a lot more like streaming on the artwork stuff on here for a while. It's just I haven't had an opportunity to do so because obviously most people don't really approach me for more safe for work artwork. And hey, that's fine. I don't mind. It's just, you know. Like that, actually. Still looks very mouse-like. Okay. This is where the challenge comes in of the sketching phase. That's better. I think it's because the ears are a little too big, actually. I think I did make the ears too big. Like, also that mouth is a little too low. Let's... A lot of what I end up doing with regards to drawing is I noticed that because my initial artistic experience was with fursuit making, I actually do a lot of carving whenever I'm doing artwork. So a lot of what I end up doing, that looks nice actually. A lot of what I end up doing is just carving down whatever shapes I have until I get the shapes that I want. Because a lot of fursuit making at the beginning of it is doing that too. It's a lot of fursuit making is pretty much just you start off by carving out the shape that you want, and then you go from there. The problem now is that the eyes are a little too far apart. This is actually a harder angle for me to do nowadays. Used to, I could do front-facing angle pretty easily, but it also depends on if I've drawn the character before or not. Most characters I don't draw facing head-on like this anyway. It's just for reference stuff. Chipping off pieces of foam? Yeah. Like you sit there with either a razor blade, a pair of scissors. The way that I usually did it was I would usually sit there with the razor blade to do more like macro cuts and whatnot, you know, just shaving off big pieces. And then if I shaved off too much, well, just glue that back on and then just cut it down later. And then you go through with the scissors and kind of smooth it out afterwards. I know a lot of people would use bread knives, which sounds funny whenever I say that, but it actually does work very well, apparently. I never got to try that, mainly because I made no money off of fursuit making. Well, I can't say I made no money. I made some money off of fursuit making. I sold one fursuit head for $300. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, that thing was kind of a piece of shit. Not because it was actually necessarily that bad. It looked great, don't get me wrong. Like, if I was to open my stuff... Yes, I keep getting distracted. This is what I do all the time. It's the ADHD. I go to characters, I believe it's under... No, that's... Ah, there it is! And you can actually see this was whenever I was in my old house. I love this thing. It was so cute. I love this little dragon fella. I was like, it was very simple, very nice, but the inside of this thing was terrible. The inside of it was unlined. This was whenever I first started using hard hat replacement kits, I do believe. No, this was right whenever I was ending. Sorry, this was whenever I was ending using headbands. So one of the ways that you can do fursuit making is that you basically take like an elastic and you kind of measure your head with it, and then you glue that on the inside of the head. You glue that on the inside of the fursuit head. Well, what I learned after the fact from going to a convention was that you could use a hard hat replacement kit. So like the inside of a hard hat, and that has like a little ratcheting mechanism on the back that can actually hold onto your head very well if it's made around that thing. And that's the method that I used after this. Unfortunately, that meant that I had to swap out the headband from inside this into a hard hat replacement kit. That thing was a mess by the time I sold it, and I am so sorry for the person who got it. It looks great, don't get me wrong. I like the way it looks. It's adorable. Fuego is an absolutely adorable critter. But I will admit, that thing is not exactly that good. I think the problem I'm also having is that this is a little too square. Does sound like a pain in the ass. Yeah. Oh wait, let's do this. Yeah, I will say fursuit making is a very fun hobby. If you want a fursuit and you don't want to spend the money on making one, or you don't want to spend the money on someone else making one, do it. Make it yourself. It is so fun. And of course, it's not going to end up as good looking as, you know, what you can buy from someone else. But you made it. And you can brag about that. And it's awesome. In fact, side tangent one more time. Once I'm all done finishing this stuff up. I feel like the eyes are a little... Yeah, they're a little too big. Hold on. I can actually do this instead. Since they are too big. Arm, do not jitter now. There you go. I can do this. Oops. Yeah! Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful and perfect. Yeah, but what I was gonna say was with regards to starting off on fursuit making, you cannot be nearly as bad as my first time because I didn't have a lot of resources. I had one video tutorial and that was it. That was all I had to go off of. And so let me explain some of the problems with this thing. Number one, this thing is fucking massive. This thing, okay, you know the Farquaad mascot guy in Shrek 1? That's basically what this was like. That's how big that head was. Secondly, the whole face was crooked. Third, the cheeks are way too big. Fourth, the ears, one of my main, trademark features of design, the ears are massive. 3, or 4, I don't know. Another thing, the paws, they are actually, gloves. Problem being, they are, okay, the whole shave job is terrible. Also, I don't know if you see this, but if you really look at this, do you see something about this? there's actually a different color in there, and that's because I didn't know where to get colored fur originally. So instead of like, you know, going out of my way to go find out where to get fur or whatnot, no, I went to Joann's, I got the fur. That was my number one mistake, is I went to Joann's to get fur. Don't do that. Go to someplace like Hal Fabric, not a sponsor. And then I bought Rit dye. And not only did I buy Rit dye, I didn't buy the synthetic stuff. And if you don't know anything about, you know, doing dye jobs like that, so Rit dye, it normally only works with natural materials like cotton and whatnot. Last time I checked, fur, like fake fur like this, is not a natural material. This is a synthetic material. So I didn't even use the right kind of dye. The dye didn't take. That was after 4 dunks of the dye. That was after 4 of them. Full on dunk it, leave it for a day, rinse it out, wash it, and also I made the mistake of drying it with heat. The fur was damaged. Also, the nose, it's quite literally a bit of like a heart-shaped piece of faux leather that I just sewed in the middle and then glued on. This thing sucks ass. And then meanwhile, I actually remade that whole fursuit, and it looks so much nicer. For one, I actually used like actual fur and whatnot. I did gouge the fur here. I did gouge the fur whenever I was shaving. I don't know what happened, but like I think it was like the shaver got caught on something, like the cord got caught, and it caused me to just jam the fur by accident. And you can't put the fur back. So I would have had to either start completely over from the beginning or make it out to be something else. So I made it a scar. I was like, you know what? That works. I mean, there's some problems with it. Like, you know, down here, you can kind of see the foam, the lining of the mouth. But like in general, this is a lot softer. The colors are much better. The proportions are much more like natural. I still have that fursuit, by the way. I still have it behind me on the wall. But yeah, I was like, basically that one was just made to prove a point that yes, I can design, I can make these things better if I try. Shortly after that, though, I did stop making fursuits. I think, okay, so that was 2020 whenever I made that. And the only reason I had to stop then was because I wasn't making money, because we had just moved to where I live now, and I had no job. And then the next year, while I was working for Game Exchange, I made the 3rd version of, well, the pink cat here, Cryptic. Because yes, I made 3 fursuits for that. One of which was a full. Okay, let's stop mirroring for a moment. How do we want this to work? I want it to be kind of like almost... Okay, hold on. What I can do... I know it doesn't really make sense for furries to have head hair technically for some people, but it's a stylistic thing. I choose to give them hair because that's how I made things. That's how I learned things. The problem is that I still need it to be kind of spiky. Because like the problem that looks like too little hair. But yeah, I am actually a firm believer that if you are already like doing something artistic in your life, video editing, graphic design, stuff like that. Hello, Delta. Welcome in. I believe that if you are anyone who is artistically inclined, you absolutely can, like... I'm like, you can transfer those skills. Because the problem is, there's no real pictures with them with the hat off is the problem. Okay, how about this? How about I go to Google and type in, like, short. That's what I'm missing. I'm missing bangs. Okay, yeah, I think I got an idea. I think I have an idea for this. What's with the nuclear reactor image? Don't worry about it. It's just powering the entire... it's powering the program. No, I promise, that will actually come up, though. Wild and spiky-ish. Fuck, that sucks. Stop mirroring for a minute. Actually, no. Continue mirroring. Because... Awesome has a little demon core under their hat. I mean, knowing them, it's not entirely unheard of. Okay. We're getting somewhere, but this needs work. This really needs work. I think the problem I'm having now is that that's just a toupee. I have no better way to say it, but like a really bad one. That is not at all what I'm going for, by the way. So if I was to... Okay. Hello, Pixel. Welcome in. Okay, back up. Back up, back up, back up. Okay, I like the bangs looking like this. That I can say. The hard part is making the rest of it look good. because that's a little too much. This is one of those trust the process moments. You trust the process because it will work out. I just don't know how. Okay. No, not like that. Like that? Oh, wait, hang on. We're onto it. We're onto something. Hold on. Hold on. Are your horses held? If not, they're probably escaping. Actually, just permanent hat hair is what this is. Hold on, I can make this a little bit more, like... Would hold my horse if I had one? Yeah. See, that's why we should have voted for Vermin Supreme, is so that we could all have a pony. You dropped your horse. That's not good. I don't like that. Okay. That's like 90% of artwork is just draw something. Let's try this for... No, I hate it. Oh, wait, it might have been the back hair that I needed. Okay, hold on, let's... Like, I like to imagine that this is whenever they're all prettied up and, you know, they've got everything slicked back. This is like, you know, waking up in the morning. That's a long fucking neck. Hold on. Not that long. And I'm gonna be completely real with you. This mirror modifier is a cheat for one reason. If you're like me and you want to make a good front-facing image, just mirror what you need to. Like, mirror the stuff that is front-facing, because it's just a cheat. It makes it so much easier. Okay, but I'd say that's the head done, so now I can start the rest. Is it obvious that I've done this a lot? And as per usual, I just have my copyright-free music playing. Okay. There we go. That should be... Okay, this needs to be a little bit... Not necessarily wider, but lower. made those hips bigger. Okay, I feel like let's add the breastbone. Actually, yeah, that looks good. Hold on. One thing that I can do. Story of your life. Yeah. It's another part of my art style. Everybody has womanly hips. But that's okay. I need a sip. Also, don't question why I'm able to do all this with just a controller. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer, so that means that I game. I'm awesome like that. I don't like my nose sometimes, not because I don't like it, but because I can never get it clean after blowing it. Okay. Another secret to my character design, and this is actually something that I absolutely love telling people, is that a thing with my character design, I never designed the characters with a gender in mind. So, you never know. Whenever I design a new character, you never know what gender they're going to be. Are they going to be male, female, neither, both, some completely different? You never know. That being said, this one does have boobs. Actually, do I want to wait? And I promise, YouTube, this is not safe for work. This is safe. There's no nipples. So if you ban me, then you have to go ban like Hasbro as well, because you know, WWE, they've got some boobs on there. Have you seen The Rock's boobs? Nose is either randomly clogged or bleeds profusely. Yep. Unfortunately, I got the bleeding problem too. Probably because it's shaped weird. Let's just give them a bra. How about that? Four of your 6 characters are just genderless. Yeah, honestly. Seriously, I love confusing people with that, because like, yes, some of my characters have a confirmed gender. Like Cryptic here is technically male. And even though he is the character that I relate to the most, I personally am non-binary, so... But like Fluffals, they obviously have a more feminine appearance, but they are purely non-binary. And Libra is also non-binary. Eve is trans femme. Oh my god! So that actually reminds me. That reminds me of the whole thing in hello Data, welcome in. That reminds me of the thing that happened with me in Warframe, actually. So, in Warframe, slight spoiler for people who haven't played it, you have the operator, who is essentially like the kid that you play as inside the Warframes. And later on in the story, you meet the Drifter, who is technically you from a different universe, but in the future. It's very complicated, but it does make sense, I promise. If you play the game, which I would highly recommend doing. Whenever I made my operator, I made them female. But whenever I made my Drifter, I made them male. So my Drifter was accidentally trans mask. I was like, I mean, cool, but like, oops. You're Dr. Who fan, you can take complicated timelines. Oh, you're not wrong though. Fucking destroyed the universe. Oh no, just kidding. Only destroyed half the universe. But half of Infinite is still, you know. Okay. I should probably do it on this side. Now, this person actually did tell me, Arl did tell me that they wanted their character to be very, like, having some male, some female stuff, so I'm okay with doing stuff like, for example, the arms are a little bit more, like, male-oriented. Well, if I can get it. If I can get it to look right. Broader shoulders is obviously a thing. I appreciate it whenever people let me just say, I make the gender decisions around here. Just reminds me of how I was so excited because they made the main character of Cutting Edge non-binary, and they actually gave a shit about the design. Like, they didn't just make them non-binary and then made it like, oh, it's, you know, a male, but they just choose not to choose. No, they actually said, no, we're gonna actually sit down and we're gonna make sure that they have elements of male basilisk features and female basilisk features, but in ways that are not like they could be modified. Like, for example, I've seen many Pikachu trans femme designs that have the little chip taken out of the tail. I like that. That is adorable, by the way. That is an adorable design decision that people have made. But I'm like, I like it whenever people are like, no, the character is just straight up non-binary. Mainly because it's representation. That looks ugly. That looks like a sweater. And that's not what I'm going for. But again, I personally just believe that I believe characters should not be designed with a gender in mind. You just design them. Because that makes the best characters. Unless in your story, gender does play a big role. Chaos from Hades 2 is peak above gender non-binary. Oh, the shoulders are too wide is what it is. Just inscrutable underneath heavy clothing or armor. Yeah, dude, that is one of the best ways to do it, honestly. Listen, you give a woman heavy armor, that's cool. But then you make it so that people are like, hey, I don't know, is this a guy? Is this a girl? That's even better. Because who fucking cares? It's not your business to know. That's their business and theirs alone. But then again, that's, that's me being me. Except for one who is a set of armor. Yeah, that makes more sense. I mean, you're not gonna put a penis on a piece of armor unless you're really cool. That's better. I actually lined that up almost perfectly. Now, this possum has somewhat slender fingers. Somewhat. A little difficult for me to do. Hands are one thing that I was told about early on. I was told horror stories by everyone, including my sister. So it was one of the things that I specifically did my best in order to learn how to do early on. Weren't there medieval armor sets with penis-shaped crotch plates? I wouldn't doubt that because that sounds like something that they would do in medieval times. The actual medieval times, not the business. Though if they did the penis crotch plates at medieval times, I would totally go more often. I've never gone. Okay. Now I need to read what they sent me though, because let's see. Okay. Fur pattern would be like regular opossums, white face with a little V of gray from the body. The main body is a mix of gray and white, and maybe some beige. Arms either starting from halfway on the upper arm or on the elbow go to a black with the palms being black. With the fingers being that pink. Same goes for the feet, but replace palm with arch of the foot. Okay, that makes sense. I can do that. It's called cod piece. Is that actually? Because I'm like, hold on. It is. Oh my god. Man, imagine going into battle jousting like that. No survivors. It is. It fucking is. I love it. I think they were just fraught with those and call it jousting. I mean, let's face it, they got into some interesting things during those times. Hello, Fox Cantaloupe. Hello, welcome. Okay, let's do... Glad you could catch the stream. Glad you could be here. You get to watch me actually do some drawing for once, because I've actually got a couple of safe for work commissions. Scary, I know, but I have them. The way that I'm drawing these is almost... I almost imagine them like fingerless gloves that are always on. It also works with that very gendered design. And by gendered design, I of course mean lacking thereof, because that's epic. Sorry, as a non-binary person, let me just say, it's fucking hilarious that there's people who are like, wait, you choose not to choose? You are the worst person. You. I'm like, literally, it's just, you know, people like me, we choose not to choose, and we get called very terrible things. And? Like, you're getting mad at someone because we choose not to choose? Okay, that's really loser behavior, but you know. What? They're so gender literally doesn't have one. Boss and pause. The palms are like... The palms are actually clear of fur. Voices of the Void jump scare? Yeah, that's my desktop. That's my desktop. How dare you not participate in the arbitrary category for selection? Yeah. Again, anyone who really, like, understands, anyone arguing over, like, stupid gender shit, like, it can be legit whenever it's with regards to, like, trans people, because trans people, they get a lot of hate for no reason. But then there's non-binary people who are just over here minding our own business, and then everybody's just like, oh, but those people, and it's like, what did we do? We did nothing. We literally did nothing. What are you doing? Why are you talking to us? Oh well, that's why we all stand together. That's why we're cool. We're homies. And I will say it publicly, no matter what happens. Why people target people? Because people. See, some people were taught all their lives nothing but hate. But then there's people like us who are like, man, that sucks. Hating other people sucks. Let's not do it. Remember, there was also a time whenever people who smoked marijuana were demonized. I'm sorry, do we know the same people? Are we thinking of the same people? Are we really going to try to pin stoners as, like, the bane of society? Have you ever met a stoner before? Those people can't do shit when they're high! They did? Yes! Yes, they did! It's so fucking funny, because it's like, yes, these people are like the enemies of society, and it's like they're just sitting there on the couch, maybe wanting a few snacks. They're fucking bros. Leave them alone. Leave the bros alone. Leave the homies out of this. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I'm sorry that you can't. Before that, you had left-handed. Yeah, exactly! I may not be left-handed myself, but my God! We'll shake you on the other side. Would you rather be stabbed on the right side or the left side? Depends on your handedness. If anything, that would put you at a disadvantage because that would put you at a disadvantage because the heart is on the left side of the body. Like, really? But oh my God, people are stupid and I love it. It's so funny. And yes, I know I am definitely taking that as, or I'm saying that as someone who is allowed to be myself. But it's because honestly, if I can't laugh at the people who are terrible, I'm just gonna be miserable. That actually makes total sense. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Because you'll notice that a lot of these like campaigns on specific groups of people, they only ever start because of the fact that a company has started something. Let's do some fluffy shoulders. Music makes you remember the pot game, getting over it. That was actually one of the games that made me realize I really like that music type. Outlive your enemies to use their graves as gender-neutral bathrooms. Yeah, I mean, if they're gonna ban me from not using either bathroom, I might as well just use the sidewalk. Or their graves. Or both. Either one. Beat that game 6 times? Damn. You're a little drunk. Oh, hello, Shiver. Thank you so much for the compliment as well. I appreciate. I have to thank you as well because you're part of the reason that I've been able to do so well with a lot of my art. You have a very fluffy. You are a very fluffy fella, and thus I enjoy drawing the fluff. Okay, that is pure and simple how I am. You give me something fluffy, I will be happy. This is going to be a little bit of a struggle, I think. I'm not actually very used to doing plantigrade legs. Hey, you have a good sleep there, Shiver. You enjoy yourself. Need to start uploading your things to Furfinity if you want to, honestly. I know some people have had bad experiences in the past due to various reasons. Not the least of which was the miscommunication, to say the least, about baby fur stuff. That being said, they've been trying their best to improve the site quite a lot lately, so I personally really enjoy using Furfinity. But I understand people, not everybody wants to. Some people have their hang-ups about things. Totally reasonable, honestly. Writing you just need to put out there, it helps, honestly, especially because it can help you actually find like fellow weirdos to just be yourself around. I mean, let's face it, if I hadn't started doing YouTube videos back in 2018, I would never be doing half the things I'm doing nowadays. It literally, you just gotta say, you know what? I'm gonna start uploading. I don't care what people say. I don't care what people think. I'm just gonna do it because I want to do it. It's fun. And that's the number one thing. Do it if you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, then that's okay. Nothing says you have to enjoy everything you do. I mean, although I only really stopped doing fursuit making because of the fact that, you know, they're expensive, I will admit that part of the reason was also just because of the fact that I was a little... I didn't enjoy doing it that much. I'm gonna be real. Like, I enjoyed it, but not as much as I thought I did. Something I really wish I could work on more is game design, but of course I've got to make money first, so... Commissions! Artwork commissions! And I just happened to, you know... I had been putting this off for way too long, so... I had to do this. That's looking really nice, actually. Now we'll have that. Oh yeah, another thing that I never really mentioned, or something that I've mentioned a few times in the past, but I don't think I've brought up here. Although I am an artist, I can't visualize stuff in my head. I've mentioned it a few times that I have aphantasia, which is quite literally the ability to not see things in your head. And because I'm actually streaming this, I can actually do a... I can do a visual test of this. So there was, whenever I first started drawing, stream came up in your YouTube recommended. Hell yeah, welcome in. Welcome in. Hope you like it. Hope you enjoy your time here. We're just kind of vibing. And meanwhile, I'm getting off on another ADHD tangent, so welcome in. But yeah, whenever I first started doing artwork, I first tried doing artwork back in 2018. And one of the first videos that I watched on how to draw, because, you know, I just kind of looked up like how to draw furries, and I was like, okay, how am I going to do this? And one of the very first things that this person did was said, okay, here, I want you to look at this image, which is, of course, imagine an apple test. And he said, now I want you, as the person watching this, to imagine an apple yourself. And so I did. And he said, okay, if you scored a 1, you're going to be a really good artist. If you scored a 2 or a 3, chances are you're going to be a decent artist. But if you scored a 4 or 5, you're never going to be an artist, by the way. I have a 5. I literally can't see anything in my head. And it sucks. So needless to say, that was a blow to my confidence whenever I first started. But now, well, yeah, needless to say, I have proven that point wrong. We will just say I am definitely an artist contrary to that guy's belief. And again, I've mentioned it before. I don't remember who it was or anything, but I was like, I don't need to worry about it because, well, why would I? Why would I worry about that? Like, it's just pointless negative energy that I could spend elsewhere. So another thing is that if you know me, a lot of what I end up doing in life is it's driven off of spite. And I know that's not the best way to live life, but it's more of a, you tell me I can't do this thing, so I'm gonna do it anyway. Because that's the kind of person I am. I'll be silent about it, I will work on it over the course of years, but you know what? I will do this thing. Just because you told me no, you can't do it. And it's very much the same thing with a lot of things I've done. Like, for example, I keep joking around with Moth about the whole Path of Exile 40/40 challenges thing. Well, thank you. I appreciate the compliment on the artwork. But it's like, I keep joking around about getting 40/40 challenges in Path of Exile, and the entire reason for that is because there were a lot of people whenever I made a Path of Exile 2 video last year saying that I would not be able to play the game because I didn't look at a guide. I never once looked at a guide for the game, and I beat all the challenges. I basically did what was the hardest challenge in the entire game. And I just kind of hold it over people because how many people are actually going to say that they've been able to do that? Not a lot, let's be honest. And because of that, I sound like I sound very lame talking about it, but it is funny. So yeah, I'm like, I will basically do things just to prove people that I can do it. Is it the best way to live life? Probably not. But do I enjoy doing it? Hell yeah. I'm gonna do this thing. No, you're not. I'm gonna do this thing. Okay, I think that's actually kind of decent. I mean, again, I'm not the best with plantigrade stuff. Let's just add some extra, like, fluff around here. Besides, it gets the point across. That's all I'm looking for. Decided to make a funny animation for that very game. Ooh. Now that I'm curious about. But obviously, I'll let you cook. You do good stuff. You do very good stuff, Data. Your stuff is absolutely adorable. I mean, there's a reason why for the longest time my mute icon was your little... Actually, I have it on my computer. So I can show it off to people. Because you deserve it. You deserve your stuff shown off. Oh god damn it, I full screened. Help. Okay. This was my AFK thing for a while. Because obviously that was based off of this character design. And this art was actually made by Shell, who is currently the host and owner of the Voidcraft server that I've been playing on. Yeah, there's a lot of good artwork that I love showing. I love showing my friends' artwork off, okay? Like, it's just, In fact, another one that was really fun was whenever I feel like every single time I've shown off my stuff for Purple Digitalis, which is the game project that I want to work on so badly. Every time I've worked on... Where the hell am I going? Drawing. Every time I've worked on stuff for it, people have loved Player's design. Player is absolutely one of my favorite designs I've ever made. I love him so much. And this is actually the original concept art. I forgot. This was what he looked like originally before I really got, like, a lot of the details down. Like, it was very much just basic. But, yeah. I was like, this little fella? People love this design so much. Because, again, Shell made this little picture of him whenever I first made a video back a couple years ago, actually. Hard to believe that it was a couple years ago that I did this for the first time. But, as well, whenever I made a model, Moth, who is now revealed to be a porn artist on the side, he actually made this for me. And I fucking love this art. This is what I want my game to be like. It's so good. I love it. I love his stuff. Oh my god. Well, and then obviously we kind of had a mess around session with his character, which is the Busty Soror arc. I love this. I love this picture, by the way. It's so funny. But yeah, I every time I'm like, ugh! 3D art. Yeah, honestly, oh my god, he does such good work. He is so fucking good at this stuff. Z jump scare, yeah. And it's so funny because I had been following him since he first started posting in like 2022, I want to say. And I didn't even know. I didn't know that for the longest time. It took us until August of 2024 for him to tell me, hey, by the way, I'm that guy. And I was just like, no, you're not that guy, right? You know, the guy who made me want to go out of my way in order to do 3D art in the first place. You know, that guy? You're not that guy, are you? Yeah, I'm that guy. Oh! Didn't even notice I was streaming. Well, hello and welcome. Welcome in. Another character that I really can't wait for people to meet, though, is really early on in like World 1. Maybe other worlds, who knows? It depends on how the mechanic ends up working. Is this little guy. I fucking love this guy. I love this guy. This is Face. He is Face. And if you know what this is a reference to, you kind of understand what this mechanic is going to be. But I love this little fella. Yeah, honestly, it was such... Oh my god, I'm sorry, I just smacked the shit out of my microphone. Um, after that news came out of him being that, and after like I recovered from that, it was insane. It was one of those moments where I was like, yeah, I like this. Oh man, it's crazy. It's just crazy what kind of I love being friends with so many cool artists. You know, it's just there's just not even just knowing other artists is cool as hell. Like already some of my inspirations and like some of my biggest inspirations in life, in art form, have started following me. Like, you're telling me that the person who inspired me to make the character designs that I absolutely love, like the person who gave me inspiration to make characters the way that I do, that person started following me? Or how about the person who like the person who like inspired me to work more on kinky stuff and just, you know, have it all in one place. Fucking that person follows me too. Like, what? Don't even get me started on Moth. Not only was that guy like a big inspiration for me living my life better back in 2023 into 2024 when I had a big mental breakdown, that guy also got me into like learning how to use Blender so I could hopefully one day make models that he would be able to use. He did. He used those models. He used a model that I made. I don't know what to say. It's cool, okay? I love people. I love artists. They're cool. Cool as fuck. They should be supported no matter what. Even if it's literally just telling them, hey, I really like your artwork. Even if it's something asinine, or what you would assume is asinine, like, I don't know, just saying like, oh, the lines are nice. You don't realize how big of a deal that is to someone like me. I've worked years of my life to get to this point. So even just someone noticing like, hey, I like the way that the lines are here. I like the way that the body structure is. I like the way that all this work. That's enough. I love it. I don't know why my mouse is a hand icon right now. It's not supposed to be. Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this and send it to Arl so that hopefully let's move that away. Okay, let's do that. Let's preview 5. Oh no, you guys got to see my porn stash, like my picture of 2 divine orbs. Scandalous. All right. Yeah, honestly, I agree with Fox there. I'm actually going to take a little bit of a break myself. So if anyone has to go use the restroom or anything, go ahead and do that. You got some time. I'm also going to run an ad for anyone who doesn't have ad block. But just so you know, it's gonna be a couple minutes. So, streamer shows their dude to fire orbs live on air. Fucking goddamn it! Fucking that's so. Because not only are they high value, they're also completely useless. Anyways, I'll be right back, fellas. Let me go ahead and move it to the empty, and also let's do this. Let's do that, and I will see y'all in just a little bit. Where is my? There it is. All right, see you soon. Hello, people. I return. I have now been right back. Also, hello, welcome to Olive Garden. With the music. move back here. Also took some time to do some other stuff around the house. Like, you know, walk. Also, hello, supers. Hello, hello. I still have not started working on your... I forgot to send Arl! I forgot to send them the picture. You know, the thing that I took a screenshot to send them? Yeah, I forgot to send that to them. Oh boy, I love Olive Garden. I do too, and it doesn't like me though. Anyone else says Olive Garden have tablets with mobile games on them? Actually, yeah. I have seen that. I've seen that. And it's so silly. That being said, they usually don't have things like Bad Piggies on them, so it's useless. Speaking of Bad Piggies, actually, hold on. We're gonna take a brief detour. We're gonna take a brief detour, everybody. Listen. I've gotten the sketch done for this piece. I can treat myself with something to keep myself occupied. You know what that means. Never had Olive Garden. Interesting. But Peggle, do you think Olive Garden is, you know, good enough to do Peggle? Like, do you really believe? All right. All right, everybody. We're playing Bad Piggies. We're having a brief detour to play Bad Piggies. Don't ask why it's in Chinese. This was the best I could find. How do I... Oh well. So, I've already played... we already played a bunch of this. Me and Moth played a bunch of this at one point together. But the problem was... My OBS was not recording Discord. So anyways, we're going to the second world, when pigs fly. What the fuck? Oh, I see. I've actually never played this world. You've never played Bad Piggies? Well... Welcome to Bad Piggies. Also, how the fuck? How do I... Hold on. That's not that. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I know what I did. Oh. Let me open my volume mixer. Yeah, that's why it's at 10. This is amazing? Yes. This is literally one of the best games ever made. I promise it gets better. Okay. Here we go. All right. So we need to imprison him in a cage of avarice, and then we go. Nailed it. Was good, cat? Bad Piggies, obviously. Oh, we get to do it again! Yes! Nailed it. This is just the tutorial for this whole, like, balloon mechanic as well. Just you wait. Yeah, now we're gonna have to actually start using some brain power. Or you could do like we did whenever we played and we literally just let the piggy roll. And that was it. Holy shit, there's a peak? Yes, that's what I'm saying! Fucking nailed it. Oh, you man. Oh. Oh. Is this what I think? Is this? Oh, it's, oh, dude. We finally get to make an actual, like, little, we finally get to make a little vehicle. I know this is what it wants me to do. Oh. I messed up. I messed up. Hold on. This is not working. Hold on. Let's do this. Does this work? Yes! Yes! It works! No wheels. Wait, I should be able to do that. Hang on a minute. I want to know. I want to do the challenge. Oh shit! I'm not gonna do that challenge. This is also why I don't get things done, is because I get random distractions. But you know what? It's Bad Piggies. So who fucking cares? Go. Go, fella. Go, my boy. Go, my fella. You got this. You got this. Yes! Yes! This game also gets absurdly hard at... fellas? I have a solution. Okay, hold on. I got this. Please. No! I have a feeling it is possible. Hold on. This can work. I know it can work. You don't just make something funnel shaped like this and not make it possible. Okay, we need more speed. Hold on. You're back? Welcome. We're procrastinating. Nope. It might actually be a little bit hopeless, is what I would say if it was a little bit hopeless. Let's try this. Like, I have a feeling. The problem is he bounces a little too much whenever that happens. Wait a minute. What? What? He's leaving. Say goodbye. Bye, Piggy. He has entered the stratosphere. Hold on, if I do 2 balloons, that just makes him go faster. Inflation joke. Listen, this is meant to be a safe for work art stream. Hold on. I have an idea. This is really stupid if this does something. That caused him to roll a little bit more, but like that's not gonna work. Wait. Wait, can we just... That was such a sound. That's not gonna work because, you know, obvious reasons. Wait, hang on. Idea. Hold on. I have an idea. There's going to be... This is going to be genius. I promise you. This is going to be very smart. You're gonna love this. All right, ready? Come on. Is that gonna? Oh, it might not actually work. No. Nope, that didn't work. Okay. Wait, if I just... Wait, what if I just let it sit there for a while? Okay, fellas. We're gonna let this sit here for a while. How long? I got no clue. But the idea is that whenever he hits this, it converts some of the energy to a forward bounce in the direction that the bellows is facing, right? So, have you tried asking the pig nicely? He doesn't have any arms. What's he gonna do? I think it's about time. That did not work. That didn't work like I thought it would. Okay, but you see what I'm thinking. You can see what I'm thinking. You can see it. You know. You see what I'm doing. Guess now's a good time to get a bong loaded. Yeah, if you're gonna. I mean, trust me, I'm gonna be doing this for a bit. And for a bit. So the idea is that it's the same principle. He will crash down. You can't see my mouse. If pigs don't have arms, how did they get into / make these contraptions? That's the neat part. I don't know. Hold on. Let me capture cursor. There we go. Okay. Also, let me... Okay, oh yeah. The idea is that it's gonna reflect off of here, bounce over here, either get launched off screen or far enough to the right that it picks up enough speed that it can roll down the hill, then roll down the other hill, run down the third hill, and then whenever it hits the back wall, it will have enough speed that it can then roll into the goal. Okay? Now we're all under, you know, now that we all know what's going on, let's see if it works. Fuck. Yeah, nope, it didn't work. I thought that might have worked better because it was acting as counterweight, but it didn't work. How'd the composer make a tune that is just so absolutely perfect for antics and shenanigans? Exactly! It's the theme of me! Why are we doing this exactly? Because the piggies want to get the Angry Birds eggs, obviously. I don't know what, I'm sorry, that was an asshole way of saying that, but all right, it should almost be time. I'm gonna wait for that to be like 50 seconds. And oh. The plan? No. I don't think it's... Is it? No, it didn't work. No! Why aren't we putting a pig in the car like normal? I don't want to. If I'm being totally honest with you, it's funny. It's funnier to do it like this instead. And get absolutely nothing done. It's funny to do cage-free piggy. Wait, hang on a minute. He's technically cage-free! He's technically cage-free! I did it! I did it! I did it my way! This game is fun. This one I feel like I'm gonna have to do normally, though. Unfortunately, I must do this one in a normal manner. Oh, shit. Oh. This is what happens when you do things normally. You just get stuck in life. You know what that means? Oh, I can't power the fan. They need some WD-40. Yeah? Yeah. Dude, that's too much! Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Holding. Holding. Hold. Hold. Horses. Hold. Hold. Hold them. Hold them. Hold them. Hold your horses. I'm just gonna do it normally. Hold on, if I just rock it back and forth a little bit. Horses are secured! Good. Good job, soldier. Come on. Come on. Okay, you know what? You know, this also works, I guess. I'm not happy about it. But if it works... It didn't work. By the way, for anyone wondering, this is just the Doohickey Corporation. In video game form. For anyone who remembers my 2024 playthrough of Voices of Void on Twitch, you wonder how I came up with so many weird contraptions? It's from spending most of my life before and just doing this. Watching this makes you want to get back into Besiege. Dude, that was probably the closest that we ever got to something like this. And for anyone wondering, there's a reason why I don't count Bad Piggies 2. Release! Oh shit. Oh, hang on. I see it. I see what I must do. Okay. This is gonna require some precision. Precise precision in the piggy department. Damn it! I could have honestly just done things in a totally normal way. Wait, can I do this? Yes, yes I can! Well, Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! That worked! What do you mean that worked? Okay. Yeah. Ooh, this is gonna be a complicated one. Ooh, yes. Yes. In case it's not obvious, I love this game. I love Bad Piggies so much. I played the fuck out of this back whenever I first started using Google Chrome back in, I want to say like 2013-ish. Oh, god damn it, no. Oh, wait, this works. Hold on, this works. No. The missile! Please! Wait. No, stop rolling. No! Okay, hold on. The piggy missile will work, hold on. Go! It's just, I just need to be more precise. That's all it is. That's all there is to this. Okay. Nailed it. The only reason I had to get this specific version of Bad Piggies, though, was because this is the only version that I could find that has, like, all the voices and everything. There are versions of this game that don't have the piggy making noises. What is wrong with people? That's, like, one of the most pure forms of joy that this whole game can provide. Wait, I have an idea. Yes, please, yes! And he made it back in there. He made it in the contraption. Oh, this game is so good, though. This game This game fucking rules. This would be like removing Mario's voice from Mario 64. Yes! You admit that sometimes you laugh like a bad piggy. I've done it many times. Wrong button! Just remember, anytime you look at this game, there was a playthrough at one point where me and Moth ended up playing this and getting some epic trick shots on the goals with the piggies. Unfortunately, though, it's lost because OBS is fucking stupid and didn't record Discord. Oh, people. Oh, people. Oh, yes, everybody. It's time. This will work. I promise. Damn it. It will. Okay. Okay. We're doing cage free again. I love that laugh. I love that little nervous giggle. You missed! Oh, wait. Hang on. Wait. Oh, no. No. Wonder, how does this work? How does this transform the momentum? It doesn't. Hang on a minute. All right. Cage free. Launch! Damn it. I can't select all this because it's a mobile game, technically. Okay, hold on. So if we put that there, right? The idea is that friction takes over. Okay, hold on. Does he does sit in the spring. This is the least safe contraption that I've made by far. I would not recommend. No! It left! Yeah, how does this fat ass slip through? Okay. Okay, idea. If I put that there and that there, nope, that doesn't work. Well, let's try the same way. Oh, wait. Horses. Fucking nailed it. I love this. I love this game so much. This game is just pure fun. But unfortunately, I must get back to work. So, sadly, I must go back. I must leave. Again, I don't know why it's in Chinese. This was the only one that I could find with like the voices in them. Oh, this game fucking rules. love the fact that they made TNT for one purpose and one purpose alone. And that was to just... Oh, big pig! Big pig! The king is dead. What the fuck is this? What is this? Fucking kill it! I'm sorry, I'm like 2 years old whenever it comes to this game. Anyways, now I need to actually get back to work. So this is what we were doing. Actually, this is really good. I'm sorry, everybody. That was a detour and a half, but if you ever wonder why it takes me a while to get stuff done, brain do that. I need my music. I need my music back on. Fucking Windows, just play the music whenever I tell you to. Are you stupid? ADHD go burr, yeah. Big mood. Okay, for some reason my thing is a hand still, and it's bothering me, so I'm gonna just real quick restart Krita. Only reason I'm doing this is because YouTube would not like what is on my homepage of Krita. Okay. There we go. We're back. So this is the sketch, and also now that I have my mouse shown, you can actually see what I'm doing whenever I do it. So this is the sketch, and I'm gonna kind of center this a little bit better. Making critters in the Krita, yep. That's what I do. I'm a critter. Naughty. Hey, you just you would know. You'd know. So what I usually do whenever I'm doing, this is a colored picture. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm actually gonna up the, not that big. I'm actually gonna up the scale of the whole image to 200%, leaving the pen the same size. And the idea is that now whenever I draw, if I actually would draw on the correct layer, this is a clean colored piece. Which means now that I have the sketches done, I get to kind of just clean it up. And you'd be surprised how much cleaning up I actually do whenever I do this. Yeah, this is usually the most tedious part of whenever I'm doing artwork, but it's also not that bad. because most of the hard work is already done in terms of like where everything is placed. So all I really end up having to do is just ask myself like, oh, how do these lines line up? How do these look? This is an awkward position. Let's instead do it like this. Usually whenever I'm doing this, though, what I usually have going on is in the background, I'll have like random videos playing. Maybe sometimes if someone like Moth is streaming, I'll have that on. Because this is basically just going over what I've already drawn, but making it clean. It looks nice afterwards. It really does. It just takes a while. And hopefully, once I'm all done with this, I will actually be able to work on supers over there, because they actually commissioned me as well, I do believe. If it's the same Super the Shark that I'm thinking. You'll also notice that a lot of lines I don't redraw. Like, for example, here, I'm not redrawing this line for the ears, because that's just a color border. Coloring is also such an easy part of doing artwork, so, well, now it is. There was a time where it was more complicated, because for a while I didn't have my settings set up properly, so I would have to manually draw around all the lines just so that I could flood fill with the color that I wanted. That sucks. Yeah, look at that. By comparison, it's a lot more clean. It's a lot more well-defined. One thing I could do. Yeah, look at that. That's nice. That's why I made the difference of artwork for me more of a clean line, or there's like sketch, clean line, and detail. Because those are all the different levels that I personally do whenever I'm doing artwork for myself. Hello, Zenith. Welcome in. Welcome in. You missed the procrastination session. Okay, I don't like how that one was bulged out that far. Glad to catch one of my streams. Well, glad you could be here, honestly. I know I don't stream too often, but I mean, especially artwork. It's a little hard to do art streams on YouTube whenever, you know, when you're a porn artist. but that's okay. I don't mind doing non-NSFW work. In fact, it's actually really funny to tell people that, you know, even though I work on stuff like that, I'm actually very asexual in the way that I am. Mainly just because I'm like, it's that part of asexuality where you're like, I don't like male or female bits, like no more than the average person. But at the same time, I still have that drive, you know? It's weird to talk about that because it's like, it's one of those things where, you know, I'm like, it's that whole meme of like, yeah, I'm asexual says the horniest thing known to man. Couldn't imagine what a writing stream would look like, dude. That's kind of how I feel whenever I'm like, I should stream myself doing some game development, and I'm like, oh right, a lot of what I get to do, a lot of people would find really boring, honestly. Like, I still haven't even worked on the auto camera system for the game, for the PD that I've been working on. Because it's like, yeah, guess what, guys? I get to take the vector between where where the player is facing and where the camera is facing, and then try to basically slowly move the camera back to in front of the player over time. You guys like math? Because that's what we're going to be doing for an entire stream. And it's not just math, it's vector math. It's really silly, but I'm like, I know that there's a lot of people who would be like, oh, this is interesting. I like this. This people looks weird. I've always said that this part of the song really reminds me of the Hideout song in Everhood 2. Like, whenever I was listening to it, I was like, oh, hey. Watch it to get a better idea of how game dev works. Believe me, you're gonna find that a lot of it is very boring and tedious. But at the same time, that boring and tedious bit is really fun in its own way. If you enjoy that side. Like, my whole thing is I love the bug fixing side of game dev. It's really tough to do because oftentimes you're not even able to tell what's going on. But it is fun. It is fun to just sit down and try to diagnose an issue just so you can fix one small thing. It's a puzzle. It's a puzzle that needs to be solved. So I will say, if you're a fan of puzzle games, chances are you're gonna fucking love game dev. Hell, someone actually, I remember watching a video a while ago where someone compared factory building games like Satisfactory and Factorio to game dev, and I was like, you know what? I get it. I totally get that. Yeah, exactly. It's really fun when bug fixing works. That's good. the fuck did I do here? Okay. This is why, during the detail phase, things oftentimes will change, because my brain completely broke whenever I was looking at this. This is supposed to be a part of a collar. This is supposed to be like a cape, like a cape blanket sort of thing. And yet on this side, it's merged together. Why? Why did I do that? It's funny, but you know. But that's why you can change things sometimes. So it's now going to be a part of the cape. Which is what I was intending for it to look like, but I just sucked at portraying that at that particular moment in time. Yeah, one thing I didn't explain to people is that this character's name is Dreamcaster. And the whole idea, I was like, from there, I was looking at some of the reference pictures that they sent me, which you can actually see, like down here. I was like, I see a lot of like sleepy time, like visual motifs. That's kind of what I want to double down on, and they absolutely love the design apparently. So I was like, hell yeah! In that case, let's do it. But yeah, usually the idea is that the sketch is the rough idea of something, where everything should be placed, and then the detail section, which is what I'm doing now, or not the detail, but the cleaning up of the lines. If I can... This does happen to everybody, don't worry. I totally lost track of what I was saying. Oh well. How's that look? That looks nice, actually. Okay, hold on. There's another thing I can do. Also, I mainly want to get these commissions out of the way because next week is supposed to be Mirage, the new Path of Exile League. Obviously, I want to play that day one. I might end up streaming it as well on here. I was like, I just saw that they added a whole, or they changed a bunch of skills to be like holy themed, and as a Templar main, I see an opportunity to finally make use of Inquisitor for myself, because Inquisitor is it's the one ascendancy that I've always wanted to play more of in the game. But I could never find a reason to use it outside of like the one time I did Flicker Strike of Power, which is not the best option, believe me. But you know what? It was really funny. It was really funny seeing an old man teleport around the battlefield and just destroy everything with big laser beams. Literally teleports behind you and just blasts you with a fucking laser. That was the build. I love it. But unfortunately, it was definitely not it was definitely not the it was not the best idea. But that's how all off meta builds are in in games like that. You take a risk by using an off-meta build, it's either going to be godly amazing or terrible. There's very rarely an in-between. And in my case, I never use a guide because I don't want to use a guide. I think that using a guide in a game like that is stupid. Like, the whole thing about Path of Exile is that the knowledge that you have of the game and its mechanics is 90% of the game. So if you literally just look up a guide that tells you how to come to those conclusions, you're not really getting a full experience out of the game, I feel. I feel like it's more fun and interesting to make your own builds, even if it doesn't work, and then see how far you can take that build. It's fun. It's a little tedious, especially because there's times where you can, have hours and hours of time wiped out because guess what? You made it to tier 16 maps and this build sucks. That's happened to me on more than one occasion. Should really use guides as if you're playing the... Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just one of those where I feel like people, whenever I made that video on the second game, people didn't understand why I didn't use a guide, why I didn't look up things, why I did have a bad experience. And for me, I most certainly am doubling down on all my things because guess what? I'm the one who, has gotten a big achievement in the game. What have they done? Sit there and complain on the forums. So. Yeah, I'm like, honestly, I am doubling down on all my things on that game, but it's because I feel like I have a good reason to do so. Go. Let's see how this looks. Oh, that's looking nice, but I forgot the hair. Let me get the... Creature! It's you! Fucking bear in the big blue house. Look at that. That looks nice. I like this. This is great. I like this. By the way, I've told people because there's been some people asking why there's a nuclear reactor on the side. I said this powers the art program. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. Oh, dude, yes. They're called Dreamcast. I mean, yeah, that is true. It powers Krita, yeah. That's what I was saying. How's that look? That looks weird. Hold on. Problem is my elbow's hitting the arm of the chair. You don't realize just how much your physical body is a limitation to art until you actually start using it. Because, well, that's good. I'm glad that it's making stuff better. Hopefully I will have it done tonight as well, so I'll be able to send it your way. I really do just want to get this done, though. I want to get this and all the other comms that I have going done so that I can just have the next weekend open. Yeah, exactly. See, I'm like, I've actually mentioned this before in a few streams, but let me go to webcam real quick. Apologies for the unshaven look because I was supposed to take a shower last night. I didn't. But what I wanted to really point out was, like, do you use mouse or pen tablet? Pen tablet. It's an XP pen that I've had for 8 years. One of the big things is that I didn't realize just how much you need to worry about, like, the arm movement. Because, for example, you don't really want to move your arm like this because you have very limited movement. So instead, if you do this, you can see you have a much bigger range of movement. So it's like you start from the middle, and then you can either go half up here or all the way down. That's. I was like, you really learn how the range of motion works, and it's the same with your wrist. You can easily go like this, but you can't really do like. Or the other thing is you can't really go like, because then it's really not smooth. It's weird to say, but that's how it works. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah, you literally, it's like, you can move this way, but you can't really go like, because that's just weird for your arm to do. So, that being said, I can also draw with a mouse. I've done it before, and I can do it again. But yeah, I'm like, honestly, that is something I only learned like a couple years ago. Yes, me learning very basic principles of art and drawing after years of doing it. I'm also just a fan of nerding out about stuff like that with people, if you know, if you bear with me. But you'll also notice that that's why I keep flipping the canvas, is not only because of the fact that, you know, one of the reasons that you flip the canvas is because of essentially symmetry. If it looks good in this side, and it looks good on this side, then it's a balanced picture. I don't know how best to describe it, but it just feels balanced, is the idea. And you can even do this if you were flipping vertically, but don't do that. Just save yourself the trouble. Don't flip it vertically. Just flip it horizontally. Do yourself a favor. But yeah, that's the whole. Not only is it balanced, but also I'm also swapping it so that I can make it more doable for my arm. So like, if I was to try to draw it this way, well, like I can do it, but it's gonna take me a while to do this line because of the fact that If I was to go to my webcam again, I'm going like this. But if I flip it, then I can actually do this, and it's almost perfect immediately. Why? That's my gaming setup. Because I did this. And your arm naturally has that circle to it. It has that natural curve to it. It's such a basic thing that I didn't think mattered, but it does. It's insane. It's stuff like this that makes me go, wait, this is why I like doing this, is because it's actually like really fun and interesting. Yeah, it's an awkward position that flipping the canvas helps with. Now, there's still going to be some awkward positions no matter which angle you're at. You just gotta choose the one that works best for you. I'm gonna have this actually be a little bit like... I'm gonna have this be more of a... have more of a border, because I almost want it to be like embroidered, is the idea. I'm like, I really love talking about stuff like that because of the fact that it's like, there's a lot of people who are like, I actually didn't realize that was a thing that you could do. And I'm like, yeah. That's one of the reasons why I think that being an artist is so fun and interesting, is because if you're willing to talk with other people about how they do things, you can oftentimes learn that the way that you're doing things is possibly not that effective, in which case you can just change it. You can say, hey, I'm not doing this the best way that I could be doing it, so instead I'm gonna do it this way. And what's really cool is that whenever you start getting to the point where you start understanding these principles, when you start really getting a hold of how everything works, you really start being able to understand, like, I can look at a picture now and be like, I see how they made those lines. I see how they chose those colors. I see the brush that they used here. I can see all this stuff. And I can ask myself, should I do the same? And chances are the answer is no, because it doesn't work with my style. But it's like, yeah, that's the other thing, is that as an artist, I recommend going out and actually, like, making friends. I know that's hard to do, believe me, I would know. But it's like, if you are an artist, make friends with other artists. Because then you can send each other artwork back and forth all the time. Even if it's writing, even if it's game design, even if it's video making. You can send stuff back and forth and talk about it. And you can talk about what you like about theirs, what they like about yours, and it creates this positivity that causes you to be like, I want to work more on this. So even if it is just a little difficult for you to, you know, make friends, there's always a good icebreaker in the art community. Let me draw your OC. All art is collaborative, even if you're doing it alone. Yep, exactly. I mean, even if you're doing it alone, it just means that you have to be a lot more in tune with your own mental state, because you don't realize just how much your mental state really contributes to artwork in general. Because one of the reasons that I've been slow going on my artwork, whether it be videos or the artwork here, commissions, It's purely because of the fact that I was really not treating myself well mentally for a while, so I kind of fell into a slump and I couldn't do anything. All I could do was just sit there and play games because I was kind of depressed. And that's while I'm taking antidepressants. But I am doing better now because I essentially had to take a step back and be like, okay, why do I want to do that? I am actually planning on making a whole video about burnout as a concept because I really think it is something that people need talked about, especially because some of the people who work under my mom are about my age and they've been having problems with burnout, but the problem is they don't know how to deal with it. Most people don't know how to deal with burnout. And so I was like, what if I just made a little video? What if I made just a little video to help kind of tell people, hey, if you're experiencing burnout or you think you're experiencing burnout, try doing these things. I'm not a licensed professional, but you know what? I know a thing or two about, treating myself well mentally. Because, well, when you lose your entire friend group for the better part of, 3-4 years, well, you kind of learn to treat yourself better in that case. You kind of learn to be more self-confident, Real story, by the way, I did actually lose my entire friend group because I was an asshole. And I will fully fess up to that fact. Yeah, I was honestly like, I feel like I could do some self-help stuff. I mean, obviously, I'm about on par with like those people who they publish their book online and they're like, they always go, oh yeah, don't forget guys, go check out my book. It's got all kinds of stuff on self-help. And then meanwhile, it's just, oh, I fucking love myself. I'm gonna suck my own dick. Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. I want this stuff to be public. I want this stuff to be free because information like that should be free. Playing some cash cleaning sim? Nice. Go, do a crime. That reminds me, I might have to take a break after this one and do a quick little image that I meant to do. Those people are doing it for money and nothing else. Exactly. I'm like, no, I actually want people to better themselves if they can. And they can. I know you can. I believe in people way more than I believe in myself usually. But I'm like, honestly, that's part of the reason why I find it so hard to make friends, is because oftentimes I'll start being friends with people and they'll tell me, hey, I got this problem and it's really just tearing my life apart, and they'll tell me what the problem is in depth, and I'm like, so what do you want to do to fix it? And they're like, nothing. What do you mean nothing? This problem that you just mentioned is causing you tons of self-admitted emotional turmoil, and you just want to do nothing about it? Bruh, like, no, that's not what you do. I have to tell, like, for example, I have to tell Moth all the time. I have to tell him, like, dude, go get yourself a little treat. Go get yourself something to snack on. Why? Because little treat. Everybody loves a little treat. That's actually, I want to point out, if you're ever in a bad mood, always keep some money aside in case you need to buy yourself a little treat. I promise you, your mental state will thank you. Even if it's just like, oh, I bought myself a bag of M&Ms. Sure, there's more important stuff to do, but just buy yourself a little treat. You're a creature. you're a creature, act like one. Give yourself a little treat. In fact, that actually goes for anyone in chat right now because, honestly, you earned it. Why? Because you're alive. And that's epic. God, I'm sorry. I love it. I love this. Pretty bad earlier today, but you made a smoothie and it was like ambrosia. Yeah, exactly! A little treat. The other thing, if any of y'all have a pet that you can actually like interact with, go pet them. I don't care what they're doing, what you're doing. Go make sure that they feel loved. If you have a cat, you have a dog, you have a tortoise, go show them some affection. That also makes people feel better. And I'm not just talking like give a quick pet and then move on. No, I'm like saying sit down with them, talk with them, you know, just chill out, you know? You'd be surprised how much better that makes people feel. And you'd be surprised just how much those animals do know what they're doing. It is also funny because every time I've mentioned that to people, Arl, you should know that you're loved, even if people don't say it. Even if people don't say it directly. You know. I know, but still. I don't want to hear you talking like that. This is a positivity zone. You're gonna be positive. You're gonna love yourself. I couldn't tell if that was meant to be Cave Johnson or Alex Jones. Honestly, I can't tell which voice that was meant to be. Alex Jones telling you to love yourself. He would never do that. That's another reason also why I like to do these streams, is because I like to be able to tell people, hey, I like to be positive during these streams because it's like, hey, everybody has Alex Johnson, everybody has bad days. Some people have a lot, and let's be real, there's a lot of that going around right now, for one reason or another. But at the same time, you can still live your best life. Whether that's, you know, whether you're living your best life, you know, while you're actually, like, dealing with the worst of it, or living your best life in spite of it. I mean, that's pretty much been my go-to mentality for things this year. I'm living in spite of things around me. I'm like, you know, bad things could happen. Being hit by, ooh. Yeah, no, that is... And I'm not even saying, like, don't be upset because, you know, other people have things worse than you. No, dude, that sucks. anyone who's like, oh, get over yourself, there's people who are worse off in the world than you. That's not the point. People are not black and white. And that's not just a race thing. It's like, you also have to realize that people who are currently, you know, people who do have these things, they have problems. They have mental problems, physical problems. Just because, you know, there's other people halfway around the world who are having it worse than them, it shouldn't matter. The point is, someone is not having a good day. Someone's not having a good week. Someone's not having a good year. That should be treated the same. It doesn't matter who it is. I genuinely love the Doctor Who quote of yeah, no, exactly. It's like, just because your suffering may seem lesser, it doesn't make it unimportant. And yeah, and honestly, to me, anyone who tries to belittle other people's misfortune, fuck that person. I'm typically someone who tries to be more on the positive side of things, but never in my life will I sit down and try to say to someone, well, you know, could have been worse. I'm like, I hate that. I hate that mentality. Especially because, well, a lot of that stems from the fact that 10 years ago, my dad had a stroke. And you know what most of the people around us did? They left. They left us. People that we considered good friends, gone. People that at the time we used to go to church with, gone. Hopes and prayers. Thoughts and prayers, you know. Who did we have? Well, the pastor, he was actually still there for us and he supported us. That was about it. That's the other thing, is that there's going to be a lot of people who, they hear about misfortune coming to you, and they'll abandon you. That sucks. I hate it when people do that. For obvious reasons. Because I've experienced it. So although, yes, we all do it. And I'm sure we've all done it. To someone at some point in time. But at the same time, it is an asshole move. Especially whenever you've been friends with the person for years of your life. You put tons of trust and everything into them. And they're just like, nope, bye, you're too much for me to handle. And by no means do I have, like, a major grudge against these people. If they decided to come back to me and be like, hey, I fucked up big time, I'd be like, it's okay. We can try again. Just don't do it again or else you are dead to me. Then again, there's also some times where you're just like, nah, no, fuck you. You are dead to me. But I'm like, yeah, in general, I really just want to talk about... I just want to talk about things like that to help people live their lives a little bit better. Had to leave a little bit. What are we talking about? Don't worry. Mental health stuff. Positivity. and also a little bit of negativity, but mostly positivity. Yeah, and it is really tough that people will literally just leave for no reason. I'm guilty of that, I will be honest, but I usually try not to... I try not to lead people on. Ah! So that's the shithead that talked to you. Yeah, basically, to kind of summarize the general, like, what we were talking about, I just want people to live their best lives happily, or at least as happy as they can be. And you know what? I want to do some stuff to try to, you know, support that. Again, though, I'm not really a licensed therapist. I'm really not. But I have I have a history with mental struggles. So at least I can talk about mine. I can talk about such things. Dude, hell yes, Data. You go do that. You go visit that buddy. God, that actually reminds me. I do eventually need to, like, see if I can get enough money together to eventually one day go to a convention. But also, in the meantime, I really do want to go visit Moth. I'm like, I really do want to go visit Moth sometime. We've already kind of, like, mentioned doing it before. The problem is, I just gotta get money for it. He's not too far away. I mean, then again, I'm also, my measure of distance is skewed. So... is better than what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, no, that's your sins. They will be purged from your body, forcefully. Dude, honestly, and yeah, actually, Arl over there is actually the entire reason that I even knew about Moth's videos in the first place. Arl is the entire reason that I even know about Moth in the first place. Well, that side of things. Because it was quite literally, we were just hanging out one day, and they were like, hey, by the way, have you seen this guy play Voices of the Void? It's really funny. And I went, no. We watched it together. And then, like, the next day, I made the killer fish. I'm not even joking. Like, if I was to go way back in my drawing stuff, yeah, he's usually pretty just, he's very reserved, is what I will say. But yeah, literally made this the day after he showed me the videos because of the killer fish from San Diego. All because of Arl. Fuck you, my life is ruined now. No, I can't say that. And it's really funny to me now because, again, before then, I knew his other side. I knew his art side. I just didn't know at the time. Like, come on. This, okay, Moth, on his video side, was the one who inspired me to keep going with life because it was cool. Because there was stuff that I wanted to make, because there was stuff that I wanted to do, because there were friends that I wanted to make. Not So Brethren was the person who made me want to do art more. Didn't know the art side till you... Yeah. And I remember sending you a Renamon picture. I know which one, but I'm not saying what for a reason. God, it's crazy. It's crazy to think that that is how things are. And I really do feel like such a shonen protagonist in the way that I just like, what's my goal in life? I want to make friends with everybody. That's literally what it is, because now it's like, not only am I friends with Moth, I'm also like I'm at least on like speaking terms with several artists that I've looked up to in the past, like Satsuma. It's just, it's crazy. Yeah. I got you beat, Zenith. I saw his stuff in 2022, actually. All because of a Pizza Tower video. Yep, exactly. All because I decided to play some fuck-ass platformer game. Also, I forgot to take a look. Let's, ooh, yeah. Ooh, that is nice. Look at that. That's clean. Like the energy that's being produced here, but... keeping that side of you under lock and key. It's totally fair, honestly. It took me ages to actually get comfortable with that side of myself. Now, well, in truth, it didn't take me long to come out as a furry, but in terms of being a freaky furry, that took me a while. I came out as a furry back in 2018. I didn't actually start, being more open about my other side of things until 2023, 2024. Yeah. Yeah, this is Aurora. That's Z. That was Z. That was the Nacho Brethren mascot character. I'm gonna have to take another break again because I realize I am out of water, and also I think, is my coffee empty? No, hold on. Now it is. Okay, so my coffee's empty, my water's empty, I need to take a break. Y'all need to get anything, you go ahead and do that. I will go ahead and be back in just a short bit, okay? So, yeah, anyways. Like to imagine that you helped. You did! You didn't just help, you were the reason behind it all. You're the orchestrator. You put all the pieces into motion, even if you didn't realize it. You ruined my life. You made me a porn artist now. I'm sorry. I think it's so funny the way that is. All right. Anyways, yeah, I will be right back. I will see y'all in a little bit. Go make yourself some food. Go do something. Use the bathroom. Whatever you need to do. And while I'm at it, ad time. fellas. There's a creature. There's a creature. Hold on, where's my... Oh, fuck, I put the privacy thing on. Hey! Oi! Come here! Creature! That's you! I told you that it was gonna be noisy in here. Really? You're gonna be down there? Oh, there's the old lady. There's the old lady. Alright, here you go. Give you a little microphone. This is Phantom. She's 14 years old. She's an old lady. Creature does not wish to be seen. Well, it's her fault for coming in here. I warned her. Yeah, so it's you. Why do you smell like garlic? You do. Why do you smell like garlic? What, you want to get down? You gonna get down? No. She's just gonna get comfy. Phantom, are you not gonna say anything to the people? You know that I can't draw like this. You know that, right? Which means I'll have to let you out. Health Boss Mouse Mat, yep. Still got the Stolas. I also got an Angel Dust one, but I haven't used that one in a while. Can you hear the purring? Yeah, she's a loud purrer. That fella. Look at her. This is what goes on in an artist's day-to-day life, especially when you get interrupted by cats. I can't draw like this, by the way. I literally can't. I was like, because if I was one way that I can draw is I can have my thing up like this, but I still need to lean over. She's obviously not gonna like that. The other way that I can do it is by hoisting it up onto me, but I've kind of got an interruption here. She always does this, by the way. Anytime I'm like, I need to do artwork. Very marbled fur pattern. Yes, she is a tortoiseshell calico. She's part tortoise. She's part tortie, part Siamese. You can hear the Siamese when she meows. Oh. Why won't you talk for us? You have such a good voice. I promise. I know we make fun of it, but you do. You're very talkative. Oh. Little paw. She's just happy to get any and all attention. Honestly. I wish other cats would actually come in here, but they don't. And yeah, she's actually called Phantom because if you look, she has a little half mask, like the Phantom of the Opera. That was my sister. My sister's idea. I agreed with her, though, because I had been playing a lot of Rhythm Thief, and that game had Phantom R, so... Hi. I was like, yeah, we got a lot of names like that where we usually agree on them because of the fact that they're really funny. they mean something to many of us. Like Smokey. Hell yeah. I mean, hey, if you get a pet, might I recommend a cat? I mean, then again, it's not that I can recommend a cat. No, I'm not saying that we're gonna give you away. You're 14 years old with us. And we've had you all 14 years. Well, 5 weeks and a few days, we didn't. But... yeah, this is a little cat break. Yeah, we got her back in 2012. We were just wrapping up our time at a little... Steals cat through screen. Yeah. No, not this one. You can take Penny. Penny is okay. Ooh. Done. Done being held. And you're back on the lap. Ah. What do you have to say for yourself, miss? Here. Sadly, I am gonna have to get her out of the room because I need to do work, or at least I can put her on the bed behind me. You know what? Let's see. All right, Phantom. Yeah, we have 7 cats, by the way. Come on. Might be. If I had a cat cam, I would use it, but I don't. I've only got one webcam. And it's a cheap-ass one. So. Alright. Well. Proper artist posture. Legs crossed in the chair. The momentum chair, so I can also lean back. fucking rules. Alright, anyways, yeah, now it's time, once again, for artwork. Also, one of my... I really like that picture. Someone took a picture of me holding Phantom. Hold on, I need to show you this. This is adorable. Notice the shirt? Yes, I have indeed the shirt. Look at this. This is just a nice little picture of her, the old lady. Yeah. Actually, if I'm able to, let me see if I can grab a picture of the 7 cats that we have. I don't think I have it saved. Love being in a group of dogs. Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. That's the wrong button. Alright, let me... go ahead and place this here. So, I managed to get all 7 cats on camera. It was feeding time. And so from left to right, we have the first orange boy is Pippin. We did have a Mary, but sadly she did pass away. She just suddenly had kidney failure one day, and we don't know why. She was also a bitch, but you know. I was like, there's Lucky up on the counter with his best buddy Peaches, who was actually our neighbor's cat. And basically, the neighbor cat, he was always left outside in the middle of summer in Texas, by the way. And eventually we were like, they were just like, hey, do you want to have him? And we were like, sure, why not? And yeah, that's how we got him. The other black cat down there on the bottom, on the floor, that's Jackie. That's my cat. She is very wholesome, very adorable, very drooly. Jack Irish, hello! Welcome. Welcome, Jack. I was like, that's Jackie. We actually named her because she just kind of showed up to our house one day, just randomly. And I was like, hey, it's like a really, like, pure black cat, like the one in Mad Rat Dead. And my sister, who is also a Mad Rat Dead fan, was like, yeah, no, I like that. Let's name them Jack. Why are you going behind the computer? You better not turn anything off that doesn't need turned off, because otherwise, if this stream just randomly turns off, blame the old lady. Pronouns do I use? They, them. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. As it turns out, apparently Jackie was actually pregnant, and she actually gave birth to Lucky, who was the other black cat up on top of the counter. And he was mainly called Lucky because of the amount of near-death experiences he had while he was in our driveway. Like, he was stuck in one of my sister's wheels at one point, and she was about to drive off with him in them. The gray and white boy, that is Smokey. We call him Smokey because my mom calls him Smokey the Bear because he's like a big panda bear. And I called him Big Smoke because he's fucking big, by the way. He's like an 18-pound cat. And he's not even fat, he's just big. Our newest girl is the one in the bottom right. That is Penny. Penny has been, you know... she's a bit of a diva. She's a bit of a princess. And she's absolutely adorable, though. She's another Tortie. She's a she's a Torby is what it is. But she's also very short. So, like, we think that she might be part Munchkin. Because she has very short legs and everything. Very short tail. But the rest of her is completely normal. And she also has a very bushy tail. And then, of course, there was Phantom. Y'all saw Phantom earlier. You know who that is. Got her when she was only 5 weeks old. We were leaving the one of the kitchens that we worked at for the night. Because my mom had a small business that we would oftentimes rent out kitchens. Where are you going, Jack? Are you going to Ireland? Because that would be very appropriate for your name. But, yeah. 7 cats! We're hoping not to get any more, but you never know. Alright. Where'd you go? I don't know where Phantom went, and I'm a little nervous about that because that's never a good sign. Oh, she's wanting out. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Ah, furry convention. Hell yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I actually kind of like Pombon. It's kind of adorable. That being said, I really don't know what they can do in order to make it, you know, more interesting. But then again, I'm also not a Pokemon fan, so, you know. Sacrilegious. As a furry, how dare I not be a Pokemon fan? The hardest part. Yeah, honestly, I would love for it to just be a big dog. Listen, people fucking love Growlithe. People love Growlithe for a reason. It's a little dog that turns into a big dog. And it's a fire type. As we all know, everybody likes fire types. If you're a normie, that is. Wasn't convention last year during the winter. Didn't get a chance. Yeah, honestly, I'll go have fun with that. That sounds awesome. I do want to go to conventions again myself, but I just, you know, circumstances. Believe me, Zenith, as long as you're just constantly just doing things to improve, you're gonna get there. It won't take long. And you'll start getting to the point where you're really, really happy with what you're working on. Just keep on working. You got it. Yeah, I did feel like the new grass starter was just kind of a repeat of another one that already existed, but already see some improvement. Hell yeah! That's what I'm here for. Does happen. Yeah, honestly, just enjoy yourself. Honestly, that's the best advice I have. Because honestly, I will say furry conventions are probably some of the more like, how do I describe them? In the grand scheme of convention going, there's different levels of like personal ties to them. Like, it's hard to really explain, but like when you go to like an anime convention, most of that's just going to be like merchandise and industry veterans and whatnot. Or you go to like a gaming convention and you will have mostly that, but then you'll also have like a small amount of indies and whatnot. Furry conventions are entirely the people. You know, it's like those are the people who are the furry fandom. And it just feels amazing. It feels amazing to be around those people because it's like, it just feels good. I don't know how else to describe it. Yeah, it's more social. It's like a combination of being more social and also more, like, more social and more personal. And yeah, honestly, I really agree that they really should do like some kind of possum Pokemon, because See, but that's how it always begins. They'll be like, "Hey, I'm just a little curious about this furry thing." Next thing you know, they have a full-blown fursuit. It should make a Pokemon Center, California, but they have to restrict fire types. That's stupid. I love it. Fire types are now illegal in the state of California. I've been having this problem. Every other word that I do gleeks, and I don't know why. It sucks. Terrified of mascot furry suits? That's honestly a lot of people. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Hell, it's funny. My sister does not like wearing. She doesn't like wearing fursuits. Or at least she didn't until she got her own character. Now, she wants to make her own. In fact, it's funny because technically the character that she got was designed by me. Well, back in the day it was a goo cat, now it's a Dutchie, so. In fact, hang on. I showed this off earlier, but this little fella. This is actually my sister's character. I was the original designer of them. Although she made them a Dutchie. In Southern California, where you're almost melting without one. Yeah. Yeah, no, honestly, I get that with the masks and whatnot. There's a lot of people like that. Toothpaste donut. Yeah, that's literally what they started off as. They were just a toothpaste cat. Literally made out of toothpaste. Hope you go someplace that snows. Oh, you and me both. Unfortunately, I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon for me. They need to brush their teeth if they're made of toothpaste. Would they even have teeth? That's the better question. Or is it just, goo maw? I don't know. I've always loved the idea of goo creatures being more horrifying than people make them out to be. Yes, that goes for Fluffals as well, who's a gummy shark. Will they need teeth? Hold on, I need to confirm which button this sound is on before I press the wrong 8 million buttons. No, I don't have it. Hold on. Hold on, I need poison.wave. There it is. Anyways, question. Would they need teeth? No, because the answer is... Oh, god damn it, I accidentally... I minimized the chat. Hold on. I need to pop out the chat again. Dude, you just summarized my entire thing with so many characters I have. You summarized. Oh, fucking change sound effect. Actually, fun fact, it's from RPG Maker VX Ace. It is literally a stock sound from RPG Maker. It is the poison sound. In fact, it's funny because a lot of the sounds in that game are just stock sounds from RPG Maker. Sir, the sound hurt your soul when you recognized it. Yeah. Oh, the other one I wish that Moth was recording whenever this happened, but he at one point was going through the RPG Maker stuff and he just he clicked on the music because he was in the music editor, but he didn't turn down the volume. And if you know a thing about RPG Maker, it's that RPG Maker is loud as fuck. There was a moment where he literally, with the perfect comedic timing, just went, airship, just like the loudest RPG music you have ever heard. It was really funny, and he couldn't figure out how to stop it. Needless to say, as someone who used to use RPG Maker, I was dying laughing because I knew that was about to happen. I tried to warn him too, but it was too soon. It was too late. Airship. Yeah, exactly. Forgetting to mute the music so when it goes to... Yeah. Fucking RPG Maker, my dudes. Yeah, and honestly, I love RPG Maker projects. Like, you have to put up with so much bullshit. You have to put up with so much bullshit just to be able to make a game. I have respect for people who do that. Not to mention, it runs on fucking Java. Java. You know, the reason that things like The Binding of Isaac crashes every 5 minutes? The reason why Minecraft can't handle more than 2 blocks of TNT? That Java. Shit at programming and only really know how to do art. Honestly, it's a start. There's a lot of people who wouldn't even have that knowledge. And the good news is nowadays, like, programming is not as important a skill as it used to be. Like, a lot of places have, like, they have prefabs that you can use. They have like visual programming solutions, like, for example, blueprints in Unreal Engine. I personally use Unreal Engine, and so, in fact, you can actually see it next to my Krita on the hotbar. Trying to make a CRPG with RPG Maker MV. Can you do that? Like, genuinely? Because if so, that's goddamn impressive, actually. Like, I applaud you for even giving it a try. But yeah, it's like, honestly, nowadays, it's way more accessible to make games than it ever has been. And I think that is both a good and a bad thing, because it means that, you know, it's a good thing because more people can actually make games. Bad news. A lot of people can make video games. That I can absolutely understand. The whole branching storylines and quests and whatnot, I can understand that. And that is still very impressive because of how many, like, how much you gotta use the variables or the flag system and whatnot and try to keep things organized. Honestly, mad props to you. Mad props to you. That is impressive. And really, the best news is, the best news is that you really do just, like, nowadays it's just nice to know that people can just make games now. I mean, previously, the barrier for entry was so high. But now, you've got so many options for game engine. You've got, like, stores that you can buy pre-made mechanics and models and other such things from. And yeah, I know there's, like, a whole stigma around asset flips. Here's the thing. If you're good at what you're doing, you can take the stuff that you buy from the market and use it in a way that's actually good and interesting. You want an example? RPG Maker. You know what RPG Maker is? It's essentially just a Java project with a JRPG framework that you then customize yourself. That's what it is. And people have made amazing games with that. Like, for anyone who remembers Ebe back in the day. Yes, I am technically saying that that RPG Maker is an asset flip machine. But it's because people don't say that whenever they're thinking asset flips. They're like, oh, well, you know, the Unity and whatnot has the store and whatnot. Yeah, but RPG Maker gives you an entire, like, design suite, basically. So, like, what's the deal? What's with the double standard? Corpse Party, Mad Father, Fly Me to the... Oh. That Museum RPG Maker game? Yep, that one. Ebe, IB, which I actually took the name from at one point, whenever I was younger. Okay, I don't like that. But it's like, yeah, or even better, do you think that a ROM hack of an already existing game doesn't count whenever someone's like, hey, I made something? Is that really what you're gonna tell me? Are you gonna tell me that the people who sat there and worked on making, like, oh, let's say B3313, are you gonna tell me that those people, or the person, whatever it is, you're gonna tell me that that person didn't make a good game just because it already used existing assets? Like, you can do it. Yep, honestly. I think Undertale did start in RPG Maker, but then they had to move over to Game Maker, which honestly has its own problems. But it's like, yeah, you see what I mean by people having weird double standards about asset flips. It's like, people will have this stigma against them because, oh, well, it just uses pre-made assets, and then they'll be like, oh, but this one, like, this Mario ROM hack is so good, it did the same thing. It did the same thing as all the other stuff that you're criticizing. So what's your deal? I do seem to remember something like Mad Father not being RPG Maker. But it does emulate the style very closely. But yeah, I'm just like, I was like, yeah, it's one of those things that just, I hate that there's an entire era or like generation of people who wanted to be game devs and then they got hit with the, well, actually, you can't just sit down and get pre-made assets and then put them into an editor and then put them online for people. Fuck you. Fuck you. If you're gonna be that person who says, hey, you can't do that because it already exists, bitch, no. No. You do what you need to do. If you need to get your start by using pre-made assets, do it. Get started. In whatever way you need to do, you get started. And do what you want to do. You have fun, goddammit. I get very passionate about my own, like, the artwork that I do, because I love, again, I love seeing people do artwork, because it's such a genuine form of self-expression that everybody needs. So, yeah, Lisa the Painful is an RPG Maker game, and you wouldn't even realize it because it's 2D. Well, you can realize it a little bit because of the grid-based movement and whatnot, but yeah, I'm just like, I actually was wanting to, at one point, see about getting nothing but free assets from the Unreal Engine store and making a game out of it and seeing what came out because of it. I genuinely think that would be a really fun little project to work on, just 'cause. And then also followed up with being like, and by the way, you can use these assets to do these things instead, now that you've learned how these work. In fact, it really does remind me of, you know, the Rat movie. Because guess what? Now I'm the giant rat, I get to kill everybody. No, wrong Rat movie. The other Rat movie. Anyone can cook. That's literally all there is to it. If you want to cook, you can do it. Not everybody wants to. Not everybody's cut out for it. But if you want to, do it. Know how to use the circle tool in Inkscape to make a character face? Yep. And it starts as that, and eventually you get more power. Any art form is very much like an RPG, but with like a non-linear leveling system. I know you don't necessarily have to cook on a stove if you didn't want to. I did not, you know. Could become the greatest microwave chef the world has ever known. That is honestly quite impressive, considering Zoroark is usually a very pointy fella. That actually reminds me, I have a Zoroark OC that I've done nothing with, and people like Moth have absolutely torn me to shreds because I've done nothing with them. Because the entire concept of the character was that they can't control their illusions, and they even affect themselves. Oh yeah, that did help. That does help. Oh yeah, no, that's mainly just a thing that was in like later RPG Maker versions. Like, I think that the soonest that you could actually do widescreen support on an RPG Maker project was MV, which was 2018. Or no, not 2018, 2016. I've also got a problem because a lot of the OCs that I've made over time, I have specific plans for them with regards to game design, and so I haven't done anything with them for that reason. Like, if I was to go into my little folder of unused characters that I have, because yes, I sadly have a folder for that. Well, first off, the Zoroark that I was talking about. Basically, whole concept is that they're just a Pokesona of me, and they're just like they have the power of illusions, but they can't really control it, which also reacts off of whatever's going on at the time, and it affects them as well. So it's sort of like a well, it's a vehicle for kinky situations, but it is also one of those things where it's like it's just a fun little character quirk. I like it. Only problem I have is that I just don't have anything to do with them. Another character. Oh, this one is like ages old. Ages old. This was back whenever I was first playing Voices of the Void. I have Arlen, also known as Patches, and they are an Arrival. I had them a while ago, and I never really did anything with them outside of like a thumbnail for a video from forever ago. Let's see. I believe it was the 0.6 video. I did a thumbnail for. Hold on. Oh, do I not have that anymore? Surely I must. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, 0.6. This was my first attempt at drawing a human, and it sucked ass. But yeah, I did it. That was the one time I used them. Another character that I absolutely love, by the way, is Amy, the balloon dragon. She's absolutely adorable. I love her. I love her design so much. You can show me the moth later if you like. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Although truth be told, I'm probably gonna be here for a while. So let's see. If I was to go into, let's go back to drawing. Let's see. Where did I put this? Also, what am I looking for? There was a character design. Oh yeah. My trio. What I was gonna mention about the Arrival thing is that eventually all of the like designs that I did that I worked on all kind of culminated into a trio that I made. A trio of Arrivals that I absolutely love the design of. I love all three of these. Now, the whole six fingers thing is a little hard to, it's a little challenging for me to draw. So. But I absolutely love them. I was like, and you can kind of see how they've all kind of been influenced by other art pieces that I've done. Like, there's Red actually appears in a different piece that I made back in the day where he's a shrimp stealing whore. Blue is my favorite just because of the little silly glasses that they have. The jacket obviously looking like a nice puffy sweater on the ends. And then Yellow being the one short of the group and also the most serious of the group. I was like, I love that trio. They work so well. And the fact that they all work together really well as like a trio of characters is really nice. I like it. They're cool. Kind of want to make a Rositol Sona sometime. Yeah. One group of characters that I'm not going to be able to use until probably a lot later, because this is going to be well down the line, is the characters that I have for a little ARPG project that I want to make. And I'm sure people have seen this, because these are the characters of Massacre that I want to make. So, like, for example, the Heretic is the Dexterity class, and every character in this world is guilty of some kind of crime. And in the case of the Heretic, that's represented by, well, for starters, the fact that his beak is broken. Yeah, he is specifically a heretic because of the fact that he spoke out against the rule of the God King. This was probably the first design that I made, and it was a pretty damn good one. The second is the Intelligence class, and that is the Charlatan. Basically, what she would do is she would go out of her way to essentially pirate things. Not for any reason, just because things had gotten so bad that she's just... The economy had gotten so bad that she literally could not... She couldn't get money, or she couldn't get the money together in order to get certain things. So instead she had to resort to piracy. And her design, believe it or not, is based on something I don't think anyone has referenced in ages. It's based on the third Matrix movie, when Neo loses his sight because of getting his eyes electrocuted. That's what I based this off of. And because she's a bat, she can still kind of, you know, hear properly. I like her design. I really do like her design. It's nice. The Strength class is the Thug, and his whole thing is that he was just a different race. He's like a weird, almost like wolf-demon hybrid is what he was made out to be. And he was normally just a very peaceful individual, but because of the fact that he came from the area literally called by the glorious of the homeland, because this place was called the lands of impurity, well, he was lumped in with them. And yeah, there was nothing he could do. He was eventually imprisoned and sentenced to death, which in this case meant that he became a part of the Beast program. So he became a beast. On top of that, oh, hold on. Let me go ahead and get the middle ground class is the Miscreant. And I'm not joking whenever I say her crime was being autistic. When she was younger, she didn't really have a lot of friends, but she was really intelligent in like school and whatnot. But whenever she got out into the world, she didn't want to do most of those things. She saw that there was a lot of injustice, and she was like, I don't want to do this because this world doesn't like me. And so she kind of started living on the streets. And she would make a living off of like artwork and whatnot. Well, unfortunately, being homeless is a crime. So, yeah, she got sentenced into prison, but of course because her parents didn't want her and because she's essentially determined to be useless to society, well, she was sentenced to death. So, yeah, needless to say, this world is pretty fucked up. And also because she has no mouth, she actually, for one, she doesn't talk. Instead, she just stares at you with those autistic eyes. And also, she has a feeding tube. And I based her off of my cat, Lucky. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Let me Another character that I really want to do more with is actually RB is their name. That one hit a little too close to home. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to go for that. I am really trying to go for that because it's one of those I don't like the fact that the world has come to this in any way, shape, or form, or could become to this, because the whole idea of this is that it's taking things that already are happening and then going like 10 steps beyond. RB is the dedicated class for, or not class, but the dedicated character for what would essentially be Blight. If anybody knows me in Path of Exile, they know that I love Blight. And the idea is that he was essentially taken by Mr. X, who is a mysterious department like head at the very top end of society. He's very shadowy, he's very mysterious, and he only goes by Mr. X. Nobody knows who he is. And the idea is that this is his latest pet. And I'm not joking whenever I say pet. He literally considers this beast, who is no more than just a bunny rabbit. How ironic that a blood-sucking beast, literally subsisting off of blood because they can't live without just raw blood. They have to drink blood. How funny is it that a bunny would be considered such a threat to society? Yeah, needless to say, this world is pretty fucked up. Will Mr. X come down and start beating you up at some point? No. No, he won't. He's too much of a pussy. In fact, whenever you meet him, he's actually just such a coward that he just ends up crying and pleading for his life until you decide to kill him. Think you've seen a Monty Python movie about that? Yep, exactly. But yeah, also a little bit of a hint there as to who Mr. X is kind of based off of. You may oh no, he's not called Mr. X because it's a Resident Evil reference. No, it's for a different reason. You just need to look at the logo. Because here's the thing about Mr. X. He really likes putting his brand on everything. Not only that, he's also the head of the Department of Godly Ethics, so that'll tell you everything you need to know. I was like, yeah, I really wanted this world to be like based on current happenings, but being like, what if I took this 10 steps further? And I haven't even had to change things. I haven't had to change anything about what has happened. I literally I have referenced some of the stupidest things in this without having to change any events, like the fact that on the moon there is an entire area known as the Department of War, and it is essentially, it's headed by this psychopath who only is the head of that department because he is a psychopath. Because he literally wants everyone there to die before they're even able to see any action. Like, in the real world, this would not fly. This would not actually work. But guess what? That's where we are. I'm like, it's that whole thing about, like, yeah, writers can be very creative, but actual, like, historical events are way more creative than any writer can create. So I wanted to cash in on that. I'm like, dude, I gotta talk about this. This is so out there. The shit going on right now is so out there. I gotta do that. I gotta make something. I totally got passionate about that stuff there. Obviously, I haven't posted too much about that because, well, it's still very early on, and I haven't even been able to work on it. Reality is stranger than fiction. Yeah, exactly. I did see the clip that you sent me, yeah. Airship. To be fair, Moth is basically just Larry David in general. Let's be honest. Also, I like to point out the fact that all the beasts, those used to be people. I don't know how they managed to fuck up the human body that much, but they did. And on top of that, beasts are considered less than human, and so they aren't to be given any rights whatsoever. Hence why, you know, RB, who, by the way, that's literally just an abbreviation. RB is the abbreviated name of Rope Bunny. Mr. X literally changed this guy's name to Rope Bunny. Now, granted, this guy used to be a porn star, but that doesn't matter. The point is, it doesn't matter who you are. You should not stoop that low as to literally denying someone the basic human right of their own name. Did Muskrat have a whole bit about making cat girls? Yeah, probably. Actually, I think that was like a thing at one point. Huh. You know, actually, little did I know, beasts are real. Oh, it was a Utopia reference at first? No, unfortunately, I'm not that smart. No, it's literally just this character's name is Rope Bunny. But you can obviously tell that part of the inspiration for a lot of this was Path of Exile, because if you've never looked into the lore of Path of Exile, it's very heavily based off of New Zealand and just colonialist history. For example, like the Karui people are very much based off of... Oh, excuse me. Oh, my goodness. Rope Bunny is a kink thing. It's basically to say that you are the submissivest of subs, is the best way to put it. So that's literally his name. But basically in Path of Exile, like, you've got the Karui are the Maori people. If you read up on their history, it is fucking wild. Like the fact that they go in, they live their lives nice and happy, and then the British come along. The British come along and they're like, hey, by the way, we're taking this area, and they're like, no, don't do that, and they're like, no, we're gonna do it anyway. So they do it, then they're like, hey, by the way, we decided to no longer do this, so instead we're gonna have you sign this proclamation that is going to basically prevent us from taking your land anymore. And they're like, oh, fuck yeah, of course we'll sign that. They sign it, and then they're like, actually, no, we don't care. Fuck that proclamation. We're just gonna get it out of here. The British come along, one sentence horror story. Yeah, Mr. X is fully dehumanizing RB. That's literally, that is his whole thing. I really wanted to hammer home that point. But it's like, yeah, there's that. There's like the whole fact that Oriath could be considered like, well, let's face it, Oriath ended up having imported slaves of the Karui. Because they believed that, Innocence, who is essentially that universe's capital G god, Innocence has given them full reign over these people. These savages. Yeah, it's a little, it's very dark, but I would highly recommend checking out the lore at some point, if you can. There's not really a lot of sources of the lore in this game. Hell, I mean, I still keep finding new stuff. Like, I found out that Sister Cassia, who's the Blight Lady, she was actually, like, the previous person in line from a position that you actually fight someone who is currently in that position. Well, here's the funny thing. Let me pull up RB real quick. There's something I want to point out. This collar that is, I'm not joking, welded on. Not only is it welded on, it has spikes to make sure that if, he's sleeping, well, or on a leash, then he can be, hurt. This right here. That is an explosive charge that will essentially load buckshot into his head if the charge is set off. This is a straight up slave collar that they use on a different race. He cannot fight back. Draw the guy in your profile picture? You gotta pay me. Yeah. And the entire reason is because they, the actual, like, race that was used on was a race of lizard people. Now, I should already explain, I don't need to explain the infatuation with humans and lizard people. Unfortunately, it was discovered that the lizard people were technically more special than humans. The lizard people had access to magic. Humans don't. Humans are not magically inclined. Lizards can just use magic with their bare hands. And that made the humans very upset. Because, well, they're not special. And another thing to make kind of silly out of the whole concept of this, they returned back to a centrist view of the universe. When the God King rose to power, he said, no. The sun orbits around us. I'm not joking about that. He literally came to power and said, no. All those models, those are wrong. Hope I'm doing good. Hey, it's been a while since I've seen you. That's the Pepto-Bismol man. Been a while since I've seen you. How you doing? Yeah, I'm like, I love the fact that Massacre is such a dark, fucked up world, but it's also bad that I don't even have to make up a lot of shit for it. Sorry, HRT, and you moved in with your girlfriend? Hell yeah! Fucking good going on ya. How about me? More of the same. Just, you know, drawing, occasional video, gaming. You know, the usual. Hey, you have a good night there, Arl. I should hopefully have things done for this tonight, and also happy early birthday to you. So I hope you have a good night. Good night's rest. I've been enjoying doing this stream, honestly. It's been really nice. I mean, yeah, I keep getting distracted every 5 minutes, but that's normal for me. It just makes this more social, and it makes it so that I can kind of like keep in mind the positive points of doing this kind of work. I think Massacre would be the project that I work on after PD is done, because, well, first off, I would have to do a little tester project to kind of figure out how I want to do like the dungeon generation and whatnot, which is where RB comes in. RB is actually, I actually want to make like a separate game before I make Massacre entirely that is based around RB's quote-unquote story. It's not really much of a story, it's more of a you just go until you die, basically. But it's based off of Blight from Path of Exile, so it's very much like a tower defense, but you're very actively participating in the tower defense portion. Ooh, that's fancy looking. Look at that. I need the sassy arm. Oh man, yeah, I'm also very excited because next Friday is the new League, Path of Exile, and I'm totally gonna be playing that. I'm gonna be playing the fuck out of that. I really am excited for the changes to like holy skills that they're doing. Or like the new holy skills they're doing, like Holy Sweep. Next time I open up, hey, I'm always open. I'm not joking whenever I say that. I'm always open. I am always open for comms. I'm never closed. You just gotta contact me. We'll talk. Like, it kind of started as a joke that, oh, I'm always open for commissions, but I was like, no, I actually am always open for commissions because it's just so much easier for me to do that. I usually try to work on stuff in the order that I get it, like Arl messaged me, and then Super over there in the corner, they messaged me, and then I was like, okay, well, I gotta work on them. And then someone else messaged me. And besides, any and all support does help, because something that I haven't mentioned is that even though I do live with my family, I do still need to pay rent, because obviously I live here, I use the electricity, the internet, water, all that stuff. And the thing is, I'm like, obviously I need to be able to pay my dues with regards to that. So any and all money that y'all send my way, it does help. And I appreciate everyone. Like last night, someone just messaged me out of nowhere and went, "Hey, you need money? Here, I got money. Go do a commission. Surprise me." Blue Sky or something else? You let me know. I was like, you let me know if you want to talk on Discord. You send me your Discord through any means, like, like you can send it on Blue Sky because I know that. I also have a Telegram in case that's a necessary thing. I don't have Stoat. I know that that's been something that people have been using, but I've just kind of been waiting on that to see if people stop using it. I don't want to make an account and then be told, oh yeah, by the way, everybody's stopped using that. Malwarebytes, get out of here! I know that there's new downloads detected. I'm the one who downloaded them. Does anyone else hearing this song think Danger Dolan? Don't gotta point you out. Guys! Super the Shark! They're in the corner over there. Go check them out. Also, they're super cool. Name you haven't heard it forever. Yeah, I pulled those kinds of names out my ass. Sup, Gremlin? I'm a cat. Oh boy, this is gonna be a tough one. No, it isn't. You are being perceived, do not resist. Does that look? Okay, I don't like it like that, so let's instead do it like this. That now looks like it's... Okay, hold on. Yeah, actually, yeah, I like that. That's nice. Also, yeah, sorry, I keep leaning away from the microphone because I lean back whenever I'm doing this kind of work. If I'm just relaxing, I'm gonna lean back. Okay. Well, there's only one more part left for the detail work. Yeah, I honestly wouldn't mind doing this kind of like art stream more often. That being said, of course, most of what I get is usually not safe for work artwork, so I can't really, do that on here. But I could always look into getting a Picarto instead. I I have a Picarto account. I just don't want to necessarily have to swap back and forth between using YouTube and Picarto all the time. You know, it's not fun. But I also like having all my like live stream stuff in one place. It's just nice. Okay. Because this one is mirrored, I can just... I like the goober energy that they have without their hat. I don't know how else to describe it. By the way, I gotta ask, among the people who are here right now, who went to watch Iron Lung? Because I brought my sister along, and she's like deathly afraid of the deep ocean. DM me on Blue Sky with the Discord? Hell yeah. I will, of course, get back to you whenever I'm all done here. You'll be seeing it this Sunday? Hell yeah. I will say, after watching it, I was so inspired. I was like, this fucking man. Like, okay, already, Mark, let me just say, Markiplier has been a big inspiration for me over the past year just because of the fact that he has been working on the movie so much. Won't be able to see it until it comes to streaming. That's fair. That's fair. It's one of those things where getting to see that, not only did it make me realize, oh yeah, I actually do like movies when they're done good, but also it was like, I need to make something. You know, it's that it's the whole creator thing where you see something you like and you're like, I gotta do it. I need to create. You're gonna get a Backrooms movie? I mean, that doesn't surprise me, but like, huh. Yeah, that man inspires me in way too many ways. I would say including in the way that I do tasteful nudes on the internet, but unfortunately mine are not tasteful and they're a little more than nude. We love Markiplier? Hell yeah, we do. Oh man, sometimes you just gotta do things because it makes you laugh. Genuinely, if you're not sitting down and being like, hey, I'm gonna do this thing because it's funny. What are you doing? Are you really a creative? Listen, it's the whole thing about like if you're so up your own ass about your kink art that you're not willing to make jokes about it, what are you doing with your life? Seeing Mark go from playing Sonic.exe in a dimly lit bedroom to making a full horror movie. Yeah, honestly, it is something that I look up to. Because obviously I do YouTube just for fun for the most part. But like right now I'm doing artwork for the money. Because it's the best way that I can make money right now, you know? Economy sure as hell ain't gonna get better anytime soon. Job economy especially. But it's like, as well as that, he's also one creator who he's just able to, like, he's willing to bring his friends along when they can. He's willing to support the people who need it the most. I want to be like him, you know? That's the biggest thing that I can say. Struggling to draw parts because of characters. Yeah. I can safely say I've been very similar. I've done similar things with having problems with, like, you know, the size of things. I don't like that. Let's get rid of that crease. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I gave the boobs more definition. I just realized. I just realized that I can do something for, I can draw something Rat of Exile related. Fucking yeah. It's been a while since I've done anything with the Rat of Exile. I need to draw him. Although he did start as dank pack of Trarthus. He was chiefing that shit from Trarthus. At what point does inflation art just become a conglomerate of shapes? Yeah, I mean, they're not wrong. That is uber inflation. Does anyone think whenever they sit, does anyone else just visualize Medic TF2? Personally, I'm more of a crits inflation kind of guy, but you know. Never played TF2? Darn. I mean, to be fair, not missing a lot. I know a lot of people like to make it out that TF2 is a big deal, but it's past its prime, is the problem. TF2 had a golden era for a while, but it's past. At this point, the only people keeping it alive are either people too stuck up to, like, you know, let the game die, or racists, or transphobes, or both. And it's a shame because I did enjoy TF2 at its peak. It was very fun. TF2 needs to be put to rest. Yeah, unfortunately, fans would not let that happen. Which sucks, because I think that things should be allowed to, you know, projects like that should be allowed to die. I mean, especially now that we have, like, so many mods and whatnot. Yeah, I'm very similar. I just kind of let go after a while with the game because it's like, it's just not worth it anymore. I mean, I think that it really started getting bad whenever I was last playing the game, like, majorly. And that was back in the days with, like, Unusual Sandwich and whatnot. I would say that that was, like, the last major, like, holdout of the community, if you will. Or just make TF3. Yeah, exactly. Just make TF3. I would love to see that, honestly. I just feel bad because there were so many creators who were just like, they had good intentions whenever they were making videos during that era, and they just got fucking shit on for no reason. I am mainly saying that with regards to Sandwich. Unusual Sandwich. He made a video at one point about essentially... Okay, Valve made it so that sprays were disabled by default. So, and it was mainly with regards to having problems with, like, you know, the content in them could be inappropriate for users. Okay, fine. But why not make it so that it also disables, like, signs and whatnot, you know? Like the conscientious objector. People hated him for saying that. Because my freedom of speech. Yeah, needless to say, he kind of got chased off the internet because of that. Not the internet entirely, just, you know, he got chased off of TF2 YouTubing. And it was a shame, because he was a cool dude. Like, he was one of the first major YouTubers I managed to get to talk to outside of my own space. And he's actually how I met my moderators, Elle and Amy. He was a cool dude, but he did not deserve to be chased off the way that he did. He literally just was like, hey, can we as streamers have ways to turn off the porn signs so we don't get, you know, copyright striked? So that we, you know, we're not, like, risking ourselves, so that we can, you know, let the younger players who are clearly playing the game play the game. So we can also, like, you know, maybe disable the offensive signs that are, you know, always present, because, you know, what do you want to see whenever you log on to TF2? Do you want to play some fun games, have some fun, say Putis a few times and go killbind? Do you want to do that, or do you want to get assaulted with propaganda for the Nazis, transgender or transphobes? Do you want that? Do you want to be assaulted with that stuff whenever you log on to TF2 for the day? Like, at the end of the day, you come home from work, you're tired. Do you really want to be hit with all of that? No. And what's funny is, I think Valve actually added that as a feature. I think they actually did. I think they did add it so that you can now disable signs as well as sprays. One demo man laugh at explosion by. Yes! Exactly! It's so good! Like, that's why we play TF2. We don't play it for the fucking dingbat idiots. I'm not joking. They were chased off because they wanted the community to have the option to disable porn signs. The option. The option to disable it. Not disable it outright. They just wanted the ability. They just wanted the ability to choose whether you see the signs or not. And people hated them for that. And I wish I was joking about that. But whenever I think back to TF2, I'm like, just no. The fact that that's the people who are trying to keep the game alive for that last little stretch. Just no. Just fucking no. If that's how you're gonna act, your game deserves to die. Yes, chased out of the community for wanting an option that, by the way, is available in mods. And nobody brought up the mod. Nobody brought up the mod. Because they made it a political thing. I really wish I was making that up, but I'm not. It was so shit. Anyhows, I have cleaned up the line art. It did take me like, what, 4? Fuck! I've been streaming for 5 hours. Alright, well. As much as I really want to continue going, I'm a little tired, not gonna lie. It's currently 2 a.m. and I have done the clean line. I did that last sketch. I did all the clean lines. So I am actually gonna call it for now, just because yes, I only have like colors left, but I can do that pretty quickly. Oh my god. Oops. Sorry, Data. I kinda distracted you. Wait. Hang on, I missed a line. I just realized I missed one. Hold on. There we go. But see, this is normal for me. I'm normally up this late. I just gotta find something for me to play. You know? I was playing Terraria for a while, but not anymore. I had a bad experience. Okay. Well, this is gonna be that. That's gonna be this, that, the other. Anyways, I will see y'all later whenever I go do more stuff. Probably more, maybe more artwork, maybe, like, game design stuff, maybe gaming. Depends on what I'm looking forward to. Hell, who knows? Maybe the next time you see me, I'll be on, like, Picarto or something. I don't know. I like doing this. I want to do this more. I want to do more art streams. This is fun. Especially because it's just like a good time to just chill out and talk and vibe, you know? I mean, that's always my streams. Not gonna lie, it is always my streams. But like this especially. So anyways, I hope y'all have a good night.